Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I am one of your hosts for today, John DeLynn. I am super excited to be joined in studio by the Gerardo Sumano. Hey, Gerardo.
Hey, John.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
It's kind of early.
Yeah, pretty early.
And we have Jenn Camp in studio with us.
Hi, everyone.
And if that's not enough, we have Radio Free Mormon joining us at 7:15-ish a.m. from the Pacific Northwest. Hey, RFM.
Yay.
Hey, everybody. Oh, how are you doing, everybody? It's so great to see you. I'm loving the glasses, John.
Well, my eyes, I'm 52 and my eyes are going bad. So these are actually prescription glasses. They're not cosmetic.
Well, my eyes are going bad too, but my vanity is greater than my need to see.
My need to see is barely exceeding my vanity, but only just tiny bit. All right.
You've got the total Poindexter vibe going on with those
Oh,
glasses.
you did it. You got it in there. I love it. Felix the cat. The
wonderful cat.
Nobody knows what we're talking about. All right. All right, everyone. Today we are going to be talking about this is part 2 of a little series that we're doing. And the series is on a recent speech that Elder David A. Bednar, a Mormon apostle, prophet, seer, and revelator, gave to the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., coinciding with the open house and renovation and rededication of the Washington, D.C. temple, where Margie and I were married, and where lots of good things have happened over the years. Basically, for those who didn't watch part 1, please pause this, go back and watch part 1, and then come back and watch this. This part 2 episode is going to build on part 1. But what happened in part 1 is that Gerardo, Jenn, RFM, and I basically did a full review of that first part of his talk. And that video has been very well received. People really enjoyed it. What's most interesting is we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet, because most people didn't really pay a ton of attention to that first, to his actual talk. What they did pay attention to was to the Q&A that happened after. We mentioned in part 1 that it's been 22 years since a Mormon leader has spoken to the National Press Club. And what we also talked about was how those days of President Gordon B. Hinckley speaking openly to Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes or Larry King, those days are gone, because with the internet, Mormon leaders have increasingly been on the tail end of very difficult questions by reporters that they weren't prepared for. And it led to some very embarrassing moments, and we shared a couple of those embarrassing moments. One is a few gaffes that Elder Bednar made, one with the child, and one where he said that there are no homosexuals in the church. Those are a couple gaffes we showed with Elder Bednar, which shows the risks of kind of going off script in the internet age as a Mormon apostle. But we also showed Elder Jeffrey R. Holland's interview with the BBC during the time of Mitt Romney, where Elder Holland was asked some pretty pointed questions, and he was caught lying on camera, deceiving, if lying is gauche, as RFM likes to say, caught misrepresenting the truth. We had to cut that BBC clip out of the video because the BBC filed a copyright violation claim. But what we do want to do, we can include in the show notes the full episode that includes the full interview with Mitt Romney. It's up there.
About Mitt Romney, right?
Yeah, what did I say?
With Mitt Romney.
Yeah, about Mitt Romney. Thank you. John Sweeney from the BBC doing a full hour about Mormons and about Mitt Romney and about Mormon apostasy, where it includes kind of a lengthy, 10-minute Q&A where Mitt Romney is caught, where Jeffrey R. Holland is caught in probably several moments of deception. Anyway, having said all that, what made this Q&A with David A. Bednar super interesting is that it happened, is that he was willing to take questions. Now, one of the big questions I have just to begin with that I'll throw out to the panel, and by the way, we want to welcome our live stream guests both on YouTube and on Facebook. We really appreciate y'all waking up so early in the morning to be a part of this live stream. We will do our best to incorporate your comments and questions into the live stream. One of the reasons we live stream is because our viewers and listeners can actually provide us valuable input. And one of the things we want to invite you all to do is to let us know what you thought about this Q&A, what parts bothered you, and we'll do our best to include them. We're also always grateful for super chats where people are willing to donate to support this programming. So anyway, what was so remarkable about this Q&A is that it happened at all. One of the questions I have for all of you is, do you think that this was an unscripted, unprepared Q&A, or do you think that Elder Bednar received the questions in advance as a stipulation to even do this? And do you think he would have had time to prepare his questions? So I'm going to ask RFM his opinion on that first.
Well, I think his comments obviously were prepared. I think the Q&A was not prepared.
His responses in the Q&A, you don't think were prepared?
Oh, certainly. Certainly they were prepared. In the sense of they know exactly what it is that they're probably going to be asking about. And so he did have some handlers help him prepare responses. And you can see that especially toward the end where he's just firing off one-line answers, which are quotations maybe from the family proclamation. But there's two reasons I think that the Q&A were not prepared. And by that, I mean,
when you say not prepared, like, did he get the questions in advance, in your opinion?
No, not at all.
You say no.
No, not at all. We're not dealing with a face-to-face produced by the LDS Church. We're dealing with the National Press Club. So no, I don't think so. And one of the reasons, besides just that, because yeah, you could have an inside person who's a member of the press club still funneling him questions or whatever, but they also had it ostensibly designed that you're emailing in the questions in advance because they gave that address at the outset. You can email your questions to this email address and then we'll read them. Obviously, that doesn't mean that they were a surprise to Elder Bednar. So let me get to my main point as to why. There is a significant point during the Q&A where I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, but the lady who's asking him the questions.
The reporter, yeah.
The reporter asks him about church membership. And he gives an answer. And then she does a follow-up. And this is where you'll see once we get to it, he does a full side thing to her. He's standing there just looking at her. And I get the vibe from him that he is angry. And I checked this out with some other people who watched it just to ask if they got any kind of vibe. And the people I've talked to got the similar kind of vibe that he's giving off this anger kind of attitude toward the reporter who's asking him the questions. And somebody else commented, if you'll notice, once he does that, and then he gives his follow-up answer, that she never asks another follow-up question to any other question after that. And then they start going like that very quickly.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we're all speculating, but we have to because there's not transparency. It is possible that the church required the questions to be provided ahead of time and also said we'll allow for a few email or tweet questions to be added. So it could be both, RFM. But Gerardo, I'm just curious if you have any opinion.
Yeah, I didn't know that's what RFM thought, but I completely agree with RFM.
Okay. That what?
That he didn't have the questions in advance.
Okay.
And I think I pointed that out to RFM. Maybe someone else did too. But the fact that after he gets upset, she stops asking pressing questions.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Jen, do you?
Yes, I stole that from Gerardo.
That's good.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus there.
Jen?
I think it's both.
Okay. All right. Yeah. My opinion was he just answered them too quickly and too succinctly to not have been prepared. So also, RFM, I guess you're saying that he could have prepped like politicians do. He could have prepped with his PR team feeling like they had a good idea of what questions would be asked, and that might have been why he appeared so prepared?
Oh yeah, there's like half a dozen issues that are going to come up.
Money.
And so he had his one sentence replies ready to go. By the way, one other thing is that I think he was prepared for was not prepared for certain questions is because in the body of his speech, he answers preemptively the three main issues which he expects to come forward from in the Q&A. And those had to do with the priesthood ban. It had to do with the LGBTQ issue. It had to do with women in the priesthood, I believe, were the three issues that he addressed in the body of his talk to preempt those questions being asked later on.
Yeah.
And I don't know that he would have done that if he knew what the questions were going to be in advance.
Okay.
And like there's another part where the reporter asks about the 100 billion, or they're talking about the $100 billion, and the question is something about, are you going to do more? And Elder Bednar was like, what more after all the list I already gave you, what more do you want me to say about this? And I don't think some of his answers were not as polished as they've been before when it's a scripted answer question.
All right. Well, viewers, you can judge for yourself. I think you're right. It's going to be like LGBT, women, racism, money, growth, or shrinkage. Like you can almost guarantee that he was prepped for those 5 questions at least, and that he wanted to talk about humanitarian aid as a way to offset the $100 billion question as well. Right. All right. Well, should we jump in, everyone? Is there anything, RFM, is there anything you want to say in advance of us actually launching into the actual Q&A?
Yes, if he hadn't been prepared, I expect on the membership numbers question, he would have said, there was shrinkage.
Is that a Seinfeld reference? Are you George Costanza?
I play that part in real life, yes.
All right. Gerardo, anything you want to say before we launch in?
No.
Jen?
No, I'm ready.
All right, everyone. Here we are. We're going to launch in.
You didn't ask Jen what she thought
of what?
About if it was scripted or not.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
I did.
Oh yeah, I said both.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But thank you. Yeah. We want to always make sure everyone gets incled.
Thanks,
what were you doing, Gerardo, that you missed that?
I don't know. I was maybe thinking what I was going to say.
All right. Well, all right, everyone. Should we do this? Should we launch in? Here we go. Q&A with Elder Bednar. The first one is about temples.
Thank you so much for the remarks. It was really a great rundown of all the things that you're doing. Many locals have toured or will visit the DC temple before its rededication. What do you hope they'll take away from that experience, both after glimpsing sacred spaces and also about how the church balances competing restoration motivations, preserving the past, but also modernizing and engaging new tastes and values?
Good. I think what we would hope people would learn about is the nature of that spiritual journey that I tried to describe. It's a worship space, it's a sacred space, but it's also an instructional space. So you have all of those purposes being combined. And it's a place where we go to meditate, to pray, to ponder, to seek heavenly influence and guidance in our lives. So as I said, we really want people to understand and hopefully appreciate what the temple is, how it's used, and what we do when we're there.
Okay. Would the church have more influence on U.S. culture and politics along the lines of the Catholic Church and many Protestant denominations if it maintained the openness it's demonstrating by inviting the public to visit the DC temple?
I think the answer is yes. That's why we've invited everyone to come. It probably seems unusual because the temple has been in operation, but that's customary. Anytime in the renovation, the updating of the interiors of the temple, it's decommissioned, then rededicated, and we always have these kinds of open houses.
All right.
All right. So there we have it. There's his first answer to the Q&A. RFM, do you want to provide your first reactions to the question about we'll do two parts. We'll do first the question about temples and how they're used and what their role is within Mormonism, and then we'll do later, after we've all responded to that, the question about temples remaining open. So RFM, do you want to go first about how he described how temples are used and their role in Mormonism?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. I was actually writing down notes about the second part, but I'll get back to those later.
Okay.
Yeah, he talks about meditating. We go to the temple to meditate. I'm not sure I've ever heard that once before, and I've been a member of the church for 40 years.
Why are you laughing, Gerardo?
I agree.
Meditate, get out. I mean, he's trying to make this sound like something that he hopes his audience will find good. This is a good thing. You go to the temple to meditate, or you go there to pray. You know, I'm not sure that happens an awful lot. I've never heard about meditation. I'm sure people pray sometimes once they get through the ordinance where there's really no time for prayer. I guess there is a prayer circle, isn't there? So yeah, there is officially prayer in the temple, but he just seems to want to talk.
That's not personal prayer. That's
right. That's group prayer.
Yeah, that someone else voices.
It's the most righteous way to pray, though.
Yeah.
That is the way to pray so that God will hear you.
But we're talking about the true order of prayer, where at the end of a temple ceremony, some of the participants get in a circle with, having
then they put their right hand in, and then they put their right hand out.
And they shake it all about. RFM, you're naughty. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, so that was just, I know what he's doing, okay? What he's doing is, he says he hopes people will appreciate what goes on in the temple. And that's part of why they're there with the open house. They're doing this big push to talk about the Washington, D.C. temple and the renovation and everything. I think it's hard to appreciate what goes on in the temple when he is so obviously not talking about what goes on in the temple.
Yeah.
It's difficult to appreciate something when you have absolutely no information about it, except these generic kind of descriptions that he's given, and even somewhat misleading descriptions when he says you go there to meditate. Those are my thoughts right now.
Yeah. So Gerardo, do you think it's misleading what he said?
I think the part that I found misleading was when he says that the purpose of opening the temples is so people understand what we do in the temple. And I don't think really church members or church leadership want people to understand what we do in the temple. And here's another reason why I thought the questions were not given in advance. He usually misses to answer half or more of the question.
That's
That's
a good point.
The reporter asked the question, and in part of the question was about preserving the past, which I think she's referring to the controversies about the murals in the Manti Temple and the Salt Lake Temple that were originally going to be removed. And then a lot of members were outraged by the church saying that the murals were going to be removed. And then the first presidency came out and said, oh, never mind, we're not going to remove them. So the reporter is asking about these renovations and where do you find the balance between preserving the past? And he completely doesn't answer that question.
Point. Well, that's a great point, Gerardo. Yeah, because the church maybe doesn't respect the history, the art and the history, and even the architecture sometimes.
Yeah.
If it has some other missionary motive or PR motive in mind.
Right.
And you're saying he missed that, which he totally did.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great point. Jen.
Yeah. I guess I'm just picking up on the new words that he's using in this talk that I've never heard a prophet use before. Like in his main talk, he used going within. And then in these questions afterward, he's talking about meditating. Like he's using all the words that have been in like secular Buddhism or like Eckhart Tolle or like, the new words that everyone's connecting with right now.
Yeah.
In 2022, especially during COVID and things like that. And so I'm picking up on all these new words that they're using, trying to connect again with people, I feel, is why they're using them. So, because I don't believe that you can meditate in the temple. I believe that you can try to, and that they should allow that. But if you stay in the celestial room, which is the only place you can meditate in the temple, without a time limit or being moved to another room, they will ask you to leave if you're there too long. And so I don't think there's like a place that's just set apart for meditating in there.
I know they're trying to open, just to be fair to them, I know that they're trying to open it more, like let people go just to the celestial room without having to go.
I've
through
never
the
heard that.
entire
Are
ceremony.
they doing that now?
Yeah. So this is new stuff. But
So maybe there's opportunity now that no one's there to kick you out.
But it seems
So
like it's
you
a
have
response
yeah,
to appeal to this new,
new wanting to meditate.
right.
Yeah, that being important to people.
Yeah.
So maybe, I just am hearing
Yeah.
a lot of new words being used.
Yeah. I'll just say, I'm going to reflect what RFM and Jenn said, which is that, my experience, I was a member for 45 years until they excommunicated me. My experience in the temple, you go in, you get dressed, you go sit in a little chapel thing where they're playing an organ, and you're supposed to be quiet. Now, theoretically, during that little moment where you're sitting in the chapel waiting to go in to the ordinance room, I guess you could, I used to try and meditate there, but it just depends on how soon the ceremony is about to start. But when they're playing the hymn and you're sitting there waiting, that was my favorite part, probably, now that I'm thinking about it.
Members are not taught to meditate. Like,
no, they're not. No,
No.
that's
think
right.
If I was a member and I would hear the word meditate without hearing a podcast about psychology or about how to meditate, I wouldn't know
Exactly
what to do. What am I supposed thinking about Jesus and being sacrificed,
Yeah, no, that's true. Like they've never said meditate.
No,
They just say, this is a place of reverence, be quiet, don't speak in this room to other people. Like this is the kind of words that they would
totally
tell you about the room.
Like I just remember growing up, and my dad never liked the temple. And so one of the reasons I'm who I am is because my parents were honest about what they really thought about the church. My mom never liked the temple. My mom didn't ever go until she was a temple worker with my stepdad. That's another story. But my dad would just tell me, man, I wish I could go to the temple and like hear inspiring sermons or like really have a chance to meditate and get spiritual. But that's not how it's constructed, because once you're invited into the ordinance room, you're literally watching this movie, hearing, doing hand signals, doing handshakes, putting your clothes on and off, changing where the thing to the hat is tied to your shoulder thing, putting the robe on and off, putting your apron on, and doing all these chants and weird hand movements. That's for the endowment. Why are you guys laughing? How dare you laugh at me? What's so funny?
That's the way you're describing it.
And like say it so fast, it just sounds.
Am I wrong?
Oh,
Well, I just want to say for the audience, is it okay, John, if I just clarify that when you talk about taking your clothes off and putting them on,
yeah.
you actually do have clothes on the entire time. And we're just talking about the temple robes.
Okay, I wasn't trying to say that, but yeah, you're right.
Well, there are some people who are listening who may not have, had the
Oh,
experience.
that's good. That's good.
It sounds a lot more exciting the way you're describing it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's the film plus handshakes and arm waving and all this stuff where your mind is, you may zone out during the movie because the movie is boring and you see it a billion times if you go to the temple regularly. But if you're meditating, it's in spite of the ordinance, not because of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to be thinking about what the movie is telling you, not getting to know yourself, like you, to your point, Jenn, Eckhart Tolle, mindfulness, introspection. That's just not, none of us have ever been told that that's what that part is about.
Right.
And then as soon as it's over, there's the prayer circle where somebody else offers almost certainly a rote prayer, bless the missionaries, bless the people in the prayer roll, bless our prophet, bless the patriarchy, sustain the patriarchy, and then you go through the veil, again, more chants and handshakes and kind of things. And then you go in the celestial room. And in my experience, like you said, Jenn, they want you out of that celestial room. Now, again, if they've changed that now, But he's not mentioning any of that. Like any of that stuff I just said, he's not mentioning, well, we go to the temple to learn our secret names so that when we go to heaven, Heavenly Father will let us pass the gate. He's not saying we go to the temple to learn the right handshake so that when we go to the veil in heaven, we are allowed in.
Mhm.
Like he's not even talking about
Endowment. He's not talking about endowed with power, like all these Mormon words.
oh
right?
yeah, we go to the temple to become gods so that we can learn what we need to learn to rule over to be able to accept all the servants that are going to be in the terrestrial and telestial kingdom, which is all of you. We're going to the temple so we can become promoted to godhood so that the rest of you secular people can be our servants in the afterlife. Like he's not mentioning any of that. And then what he's also not mentioning is baptisms for the dead. We go to the temple to baptize people like you who never joined the church so that you and your ancestors can actually have a chance at not being damned for eternal life. So we do baptisms for the dead. He's not mentioning that, right? He's not mentioning the washings and anointings.
Mhm.
And so like what he's leaving out, you could say he's leaving it out because it's sacred, and that'd be fair. But I think it would also be fair to say he's probably leaving all that, what we actually do in the temple, out as a matter of PR. Now, you
But-
guys tell me, am I wrong?
Is it-
Gerardo, am I wrong?
Isn't Bednar the champion of this rhetoric that says that talking about the temple outside the temple it's fine as soon as it's not the handshakes and the passwords? Like I
Yes.
think there was some talk about when the first presidency came out with a statement when the changes made in 2019 of the endowment ceremony that members were not supposed to talk about anything that happens in the temple outside. There was some talk about Elder Bednar's next conference talk was about how we can talk openly about what happens inside the temple, just not the handshakes kind of thing. And almost like he was preaching to the first presidency and telling them, hey guys, I think you're misrepresenting what we are really supposed to be doing. So yeah, I think you have a fair point.
I did receive insider information that Elder Bednar is working on a video that is more open about what goes on in the temple, probably showing temple clothes and showing something about the creation and some of the ritual. But why are they doing that? Honestly, we would have to attribute that to Mike Norton, new name Noah, who for decades has been secretly recording the temple ceremony and making it public, where the churches realized kind of the cat is out of the bag for the secret Masonic ceremony that we've tried to keep secret for a couple hundred years. Jen, I want to get you in here. Anything you were thinking?
No.
Am I being too hard on Bednar? Is he leaving out things intentionally in a way that isn't fully honest or not?
Well, I think he is.
Okay.
Of course. I think he is. And then I think he's trying to use new words to make them feel more comfortable about the temple when it's not very comfortable.
Yeah,
maybe.
because in all of our experiences in Mormonism, Gerardo, Jenn, and RFM, were we ever encouraged to truly be introspective and meditate and get to know ourselves and sort of cultivate an inner knowing of
Inside out.
of who we inside out of who we are and what we care about and what our authentic self is?
No.
Were you ever taught that, Gerardo?
No.
Jenn?
No, we were said that's a place of learning. Like you go and you pay attention
To receive.
out to what they're trying to teach you. Like you're supposed to be watching and listening. You're not supposed to be being quiet and going
Yeah.
within. That was never taught to me.
Yeah.
But
RFM, we want to get you here on this question. Am I being too hard on Bednar? Any reflections on what we've been talking about for the past couple of minutes?
No, I'm just wondering if this new temple video that you mentioned that Elder Bednar is involved in features another young boy.
And you'll have to watch, listeners and viewers, you'll have to watch our previous episode to understand the joke that RFM just made.
Yes. So anyway, the way you're describing it, it's very interesting though, as you're going through all those details, John.
Yeah.
Because as you're doing that, am realizing that he left out kind of everything. It's almost like borrowing a phrase that I heard from Hugh Nibley. It's like Hamlet without Hamlet.
Yeah, exactly. It's so good.
That's his description of the temple and what goes on inside of it. But I do think that you've put your finger on something important. You have solved the question as to why it is the church continues to announce and build all these new temples while membership numbers are not growing to support them. It's so that there will be room and plenty of time to meditate.
I love it. Yeah, it's like he said that we do things that we don't, and then he left out everything that we actually do in his response. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe there is time to meditate now that no one's going.
Now that they realize nobody's attending, they're going to change the product. But it's like McDonald's switching the hamburger meat only after the press embarrassed, them about the pink sludge in the beef. You know what I mean? It's reactive revelation. It's not proactive prophecy, seership, and revelation.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, John, can I just say one other thing?
Please.
Just for people who are not familiar with going through the temple, excuse me, is that you've got the celestial room, which is the end goal of the endowments, where you end up. That's the finishing line or the finishing point. And generally in temples, the way they're constructed is that there's one celestial room, of course, that's probably the same in all temples, but they're surrounded by endowment rooms. And so you have multiple sessions of the endowment feeding into the same one celestial room. So the sessions begin at staggered times, specifically so that people coming in from one session into the celestial room will not be running into people coming in from another session into the celestial room, with the result that you have a very limited amount of time in the celestial room before the next session starts being funneled into it, and then you are encouraged to leave. So that's why there's very little time in the celestial room for meditation, even if it were mentioned as an option or taught as a concept.
Maybe that's why they're building so many. So then they don't have to have so many endowment ceremonies going on at the same time. People can meditate more.
Yes, you have a budding career as an apologist, Gerardo.
There's a comment that someone made. I'm scrolling for it. Jen, can you find it? It's where somebody's saying that I'm misrepresenting the hand waving and how the temple thing works. So many comments have come in.
It did kind of look like Kermit the Frog there.
I just kind of want to respond to somebody claiming that I'm misrepresenting what goes on in the temple.
Well, all I can say is that there may have been some peripheral errors on your part, but you were a lot closer to the truth than Elder Bednar.
Absolutely. Do you not see it, Jen?
I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, it was.
I'll keep looking.
It was basically the claim is that Delyn's misrepresenting, with the hand waving stuff. Delyn is misrepresenting what actually goes on in the temple, and I just, people are going to find this offensive, but I'm going to tell you my experience. Okay, he's basically saying my arm waving and hand waving misrepresents what goes on in the temple. When I went through the temple, I would do things like this: pay, lay, ale. Pay, lay, ale. Pay, lay, ale. Or I would say, suffer my life to be taken. Or I would say, suffer cutting my bowels open instead of slitting my throat. Suffer my life to be taken. Drawing my thumb across my stomach as if I'm disemboweling myself. Or cutting out my heart. Putting my hand to I'm getting a little bit too excited. Putting my hand to my heart as if I'm cutting out my own heart. Okay. Not to mention the handshakes where you're like giving and receiving different handshakes. Not to mention the true order of prayer where you're doing all these things in succession, slitting throat, disemboweling myself, pele ale, in a group of people dressed with a baker's cap and a green apron and these weird robes in a circle while everybody's chanting together. Go watch the YouTube videos that New Name Noah or Mike Norton has released. I don't think I'm exaggerating. Yeah, here's what Scott Brandon said. The temple can be odd, but Delyn's characterization of clothing and handshakes shows he has little understanding. Okay, Scott, I've got little understanding, having been a member for 45 years. Now, it's true the church has cleaned up the temple ceremony and took out the Pele El, but now they say, oh God, hear the words of our mouth, right? They still do that. They took away the penalties, but then that begs the number one, Scott, don't invalidate my experience, because I was a member for 45 years and I'm telling you what I experienced. I'm also telling you what the majority of Mormons have experienced since the beginning of Mormon temple worship, because the thing that I experienced is what my parents and their parents and their parents and their parents all experienced going through the temple. And so what you're now doing, Scott, is you're saying, oh, well, that's not the way it is today. But what that is not acknowledging, Scott, is that we were all taught that the temple was a revealed ordinance from God through his holy prophets, instead of being taught it was a Masonic ceremony sort of morphed into the temple ceremony. We weren't taught that. We were taught it was an ordinance directly revealed from God. And if that's the case, Scott, why did it change? And none of us were ever given an explanation as to why it was changed. So that's even more deception upon deception. But Scott, I'm going to ask you kindly, respectfully, don't invalidate my experience or make it sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. I was a Mormon for 45 years and I went through the temple many, many, many times. And I don't believe I'm mischaracterizing the hand wavy, culty weirdness that the Mormon temple ceremony has been for generations. RFM, you went through prior to 1990. Am I mischaracterizing the temple?
No, and I'll just tell you, John, I know that you were waving your hands like Kermit the Frog. You know, it was really nice. But my perception of it when you were doing it was that you were, first off, kind of like doing it in fast motion. But also that you were doing it in order to avoid being as specific as you were in response to the comment. So I thought that you were doing that in a way to try and keep things. Well, it's, you know, it looked a little bit silly, but I understood that you were trying not to be as specific as you ended up being because of that comment. So I was taking it that way when you did it.
Well, it's a complicated thing because this is probably the most, quote, sacred part of Mormonism. And Mormons find it offensive. And the Mormons used to issue death threats like the Masons to anyone who revealed the things that I just started to reveal. Now, because they took that stuff out, is it still against the rules to talk about the stuff you experienced that they've taken out since then? I don't know.
Well,
am I still under condemnation, Gerardo?
no, what I've always thought is like the temple ceremony was part of my life experience, and as part of my life experience, I have the right to talk about it,
Yeah.
without feeling bad for people getting angry, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And my purpose isn't to mock, it's simply to describe.
Right.
And to note that they're probably intentionally not talking about that, not because it's sacred, but because it's super freaking weird. And they probably know that it's weird and culty, and they don't want the general public really thinking about how weird and culty it is. We've probably beaten a dead horse here.
Yeah, but what Gerardo said is important, that it was David A. Bednar who gave that talk in General Conference, in which he specifically limited the sacred and therefore secret parts of the temple to those things which in the endowment are labeled as sacred and therefore secret, which are the tokens, the names, the signs. And anything else he said can be talked about. But the thing that struck me about Gerardo's comment, of course, is that knowing that Elder Bednar has already gone on record that he can talk about everything else that goes on in the temple, except for the name, signs, and tokens, he chose not to.
Yeah. And again, we have another kind of believer who's always with us, Dan Hardy, says he's mocking me when I say my intention is not to mock, but to describe. And I don't know what to say. Maybe you have special powers, Dan, and you can see my heart. I know these are sensitive issues, but for me, they're real because my parents were both deeply disturbed by the Mormon temple ceremony. And I'll add this, Dan Hardy, every single person I've probably ever interviewed on Mormon Stories, with only a few exceptions, described their temple ceremony as experiences as disturbing. So you can say I'm mocking, Dan, but I think I'm just reflecting what everyone is afraid to say within Mormonism, which is the Mormon temple ceremony is plagiarized from creepy Masonic ceremonies and super disturbing for most people when they go through it. I think that's fair. Okay. Let's go to the second part of Elder Bednar's response about the temple, where can anyone reflect what the reporter was asking about the temples remaining open and the temple openness? Who wants to reflect what they think the reporter was asking? RFM, what do you think the reporter was asking?
I think the question that came in that she was asking was, okay, you're being open about the temple. This is your big push. This is the reason you're here and your big message. But are you willing to be as open about other aspects of the church as you're being about the temple?
Okay.
And he could have just said yes, because he wasn't open at all about what happened in the temple, and that carries over to other aspects. But his response was interesting in that he didn't answer the question at all. Instead, he just picked up on the temple part and said, yes, we have an open house so everybody can come in and see the temple. And we've had open houses before, and we'll continue to have open houses in the temple where we don't show you what's going on. And that is what qualifies as transparency.
Yeah. Gerardo, what do you think? That part of the question.
Maybe she was maybe she was asking about if temples should remain open like they were right now during the open house.
Yeah, like what I thought of in that question was the fact that, like, unworthy Mormons, which means if you don't pay your 10%, even if you're the father of the bride or the mother of the bride, if you don't give the church 10% of your money, you don't get to watch the wedding of your own child in the Mormon temple. And then all the family members, if you're an aunt or an uncle or a cousin or a grandparent or a sibling of a Mormon getting married in the temple, you're excluded from the wedding. You don't get to actually go. And that's one, and the church has a loophole for that few Mormons actually follow, which is to have a civil service first, which they only changed because the internet complained. But for the most part, non-believing or unworthy or non-members that are family or friends are excluded from Mormon temple weddings. And what I thought she was getting at potentially is, hey, why don't you let non-members come into the temple for things like that? So that's what I was thinking. Jen, what did you have any additional thoughts?
No, I think I agree with that. I think that she was asking that in her own way also. And I agree with her that for special occasions like that, there should be some kind of way to at least let parents and siblings go in to watch the sealing or the wedding. And maybe that's just selfish of me because I know I'll be possibly in that situation with my own daughters.
How so?
Just because we are a mixed faith family.
And so what might happen?
I won't be able to see my daughters get married.
Yeah.
So that's tough. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it can still be a sacred place for them. And, you know, they can still allow the parents to be escorted, you know, in a certain path or whatever up to the room, be able to see that ceremony and right away escorted out if that's the way they want to do it. But to exclude a parent from their daughter or son's wedding, I think is cruel. And I think it should not be done. And I think every daughter and son who has a parent that has to wait outside would love with all their heart to have them inside the temple, even if just for the 5 minutes of the actual sealing. That's my thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. Margie and I got married in this very temple, the DC temple. Thank you, Jen. That was beautiful and moving. And Margie and I were married in that very DC temple he's talking about. And because Margie's parents were converts, all of Margie's aunts and uncles and cousins were not allowed to attend our wedding. They all sat outside. And then a bunch of, you know, the inactive or non-believing family members on my side weren't able to attend. And that's just kind of outrageous that this still happens in 2022. So
Well, I think that one of the reasons that there has to be an exclusionary policy is because the key point of the temple sealing involves the most sacred hand clasp that is taught in the endowment. And so that might have something to do with it. It is the flip side, though, of Elder Bednar's description of the temple, which leads to these kinds of questions. Because if you're going to describe the temple in such a way as to say, well, it's a place we go to pray and to meditate and to receive instruction, then the question naturally arises, well, so how come I can't come in too and meditate and pray and receive instruction?
Yeah.
Well, and there's ways around that if the only sign not given or like given in that sealing ceremony is the one clasp, you know, put a small cloth over it, you know, and still, I mean, there's ways around it. It's just ridiculous, to be honest.
I mean, let's face it. They got rid of the 4 points of fellowship. They got rid of the penalties. They got rid of the preacher from the movie.
The veil.
They got rid of the veil. They got rid of
the part where you changed your clothes actually from one side to another. That was like really important because one side was supposed to represent one part of the priesthood and the other one another part of the priesthood. They got rid of that.
Yeah, they got rid of the shield where you're naked on the sides and they could touch you with oil all throughout your body. That was the actual washings and anointings part.
Right.
They got rid of that. And they got rid of women hearkening to their husbands with their husbands
They
coveting
changed the
to God.
Yeah.
They changed it all. So like, you're right, Jen, they could change they do change anything.
Yeah.
The only thing they don't change are things that they benefit from not changing. And what's the one thing they benefit? How do they benefit from not allowing unworthy, non-tithe paying members or non-members from attending a wedding ceremony? What's the one way they do benefit?
Tithing. They have to pay tithing to go to the temple.
I can't think of any other thing.
That would be the way that they would benefit. It's
a way to force people to pay tithing, or you can't see your family member or friends
and follow
wedding.
the religion and
Obey.
obey
And believe.
Yeah.
It's a way to compel belief
Mhm.
and behavior. I mean, that's the whole BITE model, Stephen Hassan's BITE model of how high demand religions and or cults misbehave is by controlling behavior, information, thoughts, and emotions.
And I know people that are only staying in the religion until their kids are married so they can attend their sealings.
It happens every day.
So, there is like, they're okay lying about the questions and going through the motions until their children are sealed because they want to be there. That's how much parents love their kids. Like, they will do all that just to support them and love them and be there. And I wish that the church would make a way to love those parents that can't be in there in the same way that I believe Jesus would. Like, if they want to be like Jesus, then make a way for that to happen. You have the ability and make it happen. Just make it happen. Don't separate families on special days. Don't do that.
Yeah.
And I'm an emotional person. I don't want to see any comments about, this not being healthy. This is healthy. Emotion is healthy. And we need to stop looking at it as not being so.
Amen. Thank you, Jen. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, that was beautiful and powerful. And I know we spent a lot of time on that, but I mean, it is the whole purpose of the press conference, right? Temple stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
by the way, under the heading of your lack of understanding, John.
Yeah.
5 points of fellowship.
Yeah. What about it?
You said 4.
Oh, I said 4.
Yeah. You weren't doing it right. I think we finally found out what happened to you and how you lost your way. You were only doing 4 points of fellowship in the temple and not 5.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But they took that out in 1990, so I get a tiny break for that. What was that?
As the twig is bent, John.
Yeah, that was 30 years ago. Okay, thank you for that correction. All right. Well, let's go ahead. That's one. So that's one
Wow.
question.
40
We're going to
minutes.
be here till 8 p.m., everybody. Hold on tight.
All right. Here's the next set of questions. And this is a big one. This is around church growth. So here we go, or lack of growth, as it may be.
I wanted to talk a little bit about how your membership is changing. The Latter-day Saint Church has said it's one of the fastest growing religions in America. But according to the latest reporting by the Salt Lake Tribune, the church outside Utah has only added 8,000 new members, it's reporting, in the U.S. during the past 2 years. And it says Utah's growth of about 34,000 members represents the majority of the church's 42,000 member growth in America over the past 2 years. And for those of us who follow Pew and Gallup survey data, it's been clear that the church's replacement rate in the U.S. has been negative for over a decade. Back in 2008, Pew ran a survey that said the replacement rate of the church has dropped to 80%, and that means that for every 5 members who leave the church behind, 4 new converts join the church. Can you talk about some of those findings and how you can say that the church in America is growing when we're looking at statistics like this?
I'd be happy to, and I'll try to be an apostle and not an academic and a statistician, which is what I used to do. I would just highlight one feature and talk about the very complicated nature of what we're discussing. If you take a look at the church in the aggregate, it is growing, which in the climate that we find today is rather newsworthy in and of itself. Secondly, if you take, for example, the western area of the United States, we have had a huge outmigration of members from that part of the country. We've also had a huge migration from Mexico and Central America. I have no idea what the real numbers are. So we have numbers, and I believe the numbers, but there's some uncertainty in the numbers. So I guess what I'm suggesting is, at the aggregate, I have confidence in the growth. If you want to break it down state by state, that is a rapidly moving target. And I just am not in a position to comment because I'm not sure what's really happening.
Okay.
All right. So like everybody here in the studio is laughing and shaking their heads. Gerardo, you get to go first.
Yeah. Okay, good. So I'm okay. I'm a little bit out of words, but so he says several things. He says he has the numbers. He wants to trust the numbers, but he doesn't really know, and that there's not really way to know. So I actually called my dad yesterday and I asked, did you watch Elder Bednar's press conference? And he said, yes, I watched it. And I said, so he's a bishop, just so everyone doesn't know. And he's been in stake presidencies for 10 over years. But I asked him, so I said, my understanding was that reporting, at least as far as I knew, used to be they would take attendance in sacrament meeting every week, and then they would report to Salt Lake the best week out of the month. And he said, yeah, but that changed a little over a year ago. And he said, the way it's now, the way we're doing it, and Salt Lake is asking us to do it, is we need to take attendance in sacrament meeting every week. And not only sacrament meeting, we have to report also Elders Quorum, Relief Society, Young Men, Young Women's, and Primary. And we have to report it every single week. And I mean, I was a little shocked because I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt to Elder Bednar, but man, they have been having these numbers for over a year, right? Like, and not only they have the numbers every week, now they have even from the people that attend for Relief Society and Elders Quorum and the auxiliary. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how we cannot see that as a lie.
Okay, so that the first question there's so many questions we have to address here. So the first one you're addressing, Gerardo, is, do they have good numbers?
Right.
Right. And if the Mormon Church does anything well, it's tracking its membership and the data. Do we not all remember sacrament meeting where a dude walks up and down the aisles every single sacrament meeting. What is that dude doing? Anyone want to guess?
Counting.
Counting.
Counting the people attending. That's been happening since I've been alive.
Yeah.
52 years at least. The Mormon Church has been counting how many people are in sacrament and reporting that up the chain. What happened? What's passed around every Sunday school that has ever happened in the history of Mormonism? What's passed around, or what's what piece of paper has in the hand of the Sunday school teacher?
A roll.
The roll.
A roll,
Mhm.
which shows who's there and who's not.
Mhm.
They've got the gosh darn numbers,
Yeah.
right? RFA.
Yeah.
Oh, Jen.
Well, I was just going to say they're not like other Christian churches where you just come,
Yeah, like the
And
Catholic Church.
you go. You just come and you go.
Yeah.
No one takes your attendance. No one maybe even knows your name
There's a-
sometimes,
yeah.
But in the LDS Church, your name is on the paper. There's a little box. Check it off, and they know who's there. At least in the littler classes, they know who's there. In sacrament, they're just counting the numbers. They're
Yeah.
just counting everyone.
But they know who's got the Melchizedek priesthood. They know who's
Mhm.
got the Aaronic priesthood.
Temple
They know
recommend.
who's got temple recommends.
Yeah.
They call you in and say, you don't have an active temple recommend.
Who
Do you
pays
want to
tithing?
renew it? They know who pays tithing. They know who goes to tithing settlement. They know every baby that's born. They get them on the rolls of the church immediately. Like, this church knows its numbers. I worked at church headquarters from like 1997 to 1998, and I had access to both activity rates by unit and total membership by unit. I had that back in 1997, 98. I had it as just a contractor working for the church. RFM. Does Elder Bednar have access to and know the numbers?
Yes and yes. Of course he does.
There's a lot of-
These numbers get funneled from every ward through the stake, up the chain. The whole purpose of having the numbers is to report them to Salt Lake City. And so that the Salt Lake City knows what the numbers are. And like you said, John, for 52 years, they've been doing this every week. And apparently during that time, they take the biggest number of attendance in sacrament meeting for the month, funnel that up. So they have a at least monthly snapshot, and have forever, of church attendance in every single ward. So there's a couple things I want to say about what he said. I'm just going to say the first thing here, because Elder Bednar is intentionally creating confusion so that he does not have to answer the question
Yeah.
that he knows the answer to. He's a statistician. Not only does he know the numbers, he loves the numbers. He loves numbers. He loves working with numbers. That's what a statistician does. So he also knows this. Okay, so he talks about these migrations. Oh, from the western states over here, from the south to the north. It doesn't make any difference. Let's just take one family from California moving to Utah, okay? You got a good Mormon family moving there. Let's say there's 7 members, 2 parents, 5 kids. They move from California to Utah, okay? They don't just disappear from the grid. They leave California, where they're showing up on the monthly rolls in sacrament meeting, and they move to Utah, where now they appear on the monthly rolls in sacrament meeting. So as long as they're staying active, they don't vanish just because they're moving from one state to another or one country to another. They are going to remain as a constant number. So his answer, he's trying to create confusion when he knows how the church operates. He knows that people moving have no bearing whatsoever on the total number, the aggregate number, which he says he's confident is continuing to grow. He knows what the numbers are. He knows that they keep track of the numbers, and he tries to create confusion in order to avoid answering the question that, yes, he knows the answer to.
Okay, and before we move on to some of the other points, let me just respond quickly, RFM, to that. Not only would a member always report if they're active, not only would a member always report if they've moved immediately to their new unit, and then the church automatically knows where everyone is at all times who's active. When I was excommunicated and Margie resigned, our kids remained on the rolls. we moved to Salt Lake, but didn't want the church to contact us, right? We wanted to be left alone, but my kids, we weren't pressuring our kids to resign. We wanted our kids to make their own decision. Our former bishops and stake presidents harassed our family members back in Logan to try and get the address of where we moved to.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law. And we told her, don't tell them our new address. And they bugged her 3 or 4 or 5 times, repeatedly harassing her to give them our new address so that they could harangue and harass or love and fellowship and love bomb our children in our new area. So the church is even rabidly vigilant about tracking the people who want to be left alone and leave the church and you know, so like it's even more intense than kind of what you state, RFM. Really quickly, I also love the point you made, RFM, about him wanting to avoid the question, because the question was, is the church one of the fastest growing churches? Isn't that what they were asking? And what's the right answer? So the right answer is, yes, a lot of other Christian churches are in free fall. And Bednar basically, what he wanted to do was say, hey, we're better than a bunch of the other people that are doing really, really, really bad. But the truth is the Mormon church is growing at less than 1% a year, which I guess it's impressive that we're not declining in 2022 in a way compared to other losing churches. But there are other churches that are growing. That's something he's not mentioning. And also the only, she mentions the fact of the replacement rate, that it's negative, that for every 4 who convert, 5 leave. What's being left out of the conversation is the only thing that's propping up the less than 1% Mormon growth rate annually. Well, there's 2 things. There's overinflated baptisms in places like Latin America, the Philippines, and Africa. We know there's like a 10% retention rate in those baptisms, but the church relies on, developing world fraudulent baptisms as a way to prop up their growth numbers. And anybody who served in Latin America, the Philippines, or Africa knows that what I'm saying is true. We've covered it on MormonStories. My mission was a perfect example of that. But then the second thing, it's just that Mormons have more babies. So Mormons have 3 babies per couple on average versus other religions that have 2 or 1 children per couple. And it's literally the high Mormon birth rate that's saving the church from being in free fall. When you couple that with the fact that we were all taught the prophecy in Daniel 2, right? That the church was a stone cut out of the mountain without hands and would consume all nations. We were taught this is the one true church, and then it was going to grow. This is a reversal where we were all taught that the one true church was going to grow, but because of the internet, we're finding the Mormon church shrinking and declining. And within 10 to 20 years, the church will literally likely be in decline. And for an active believing Mormon, isn't that kind of a different thing than what we were all kind of led to believe even now?
Yeah.
What do you think, Gerardo?
Yeah. And it's also a little bit silly that he doesn't answer the question that she's asking, about the replacement rate.
Yeah.
To give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe what he's thinking on his mind is that there's not really a way to know how many of the inactive people are going to come back to church eventually. So that's why he may think there's not real numbers.
Also, it's easy to report that California, the Mormon church in California is in decline. And I think what he's trying to say there is, well, a lot of those people are just moving to Draper in Utah County.
Right.
So we can't look at the decline of the church in Washington and California and judge the whole church by the fact that everybody's leaving, quote, the mission field and returning to Zion with their money. So, I mean, I think to be fair, he was trying to address that as well.
But
right?
but the church does have the numbers.
Yeah,
why
do.
won't he share the numbers?
Yeah. But also what he's avoiding acknowledging is what we all know and what he knows very well is that the church, like to quote Marlon Jensen, former general authority and church historian, that the Mormon church in 2022 is experiencing its worst apostasy since Kirtland. The Mormon church is hemorrhaging its members in the United States, Latin America, Canada, Europe,
Yeah.
and Asia. It's hemorrhaging, and he knows that, and he does nothing to say, yeah, we're kind of having a problem right now. There are a lot of people that are choosing to leave, and it's often over LGBT issues or women's rights or the fact that we misled people about history. Did he mention any of that? Would it have been honest for him to acknowledge that the church has a serious hemorrhaging problem of membership?
Probably. But he wants to focus on the growth in Africa. Right?
Yeah. Which is basically, it's almost like they're taking advantage of developing countries to statistically prop up the church.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because otherwise, what does it mean if God's one and only true church shrinks as a relative percentage of the world's population? It means that God's plan sucks, right? It can't even get 1/10 of 1% of the world's population in his only exclusively authority true church. Like, that's embarrassing.
Well, and then they're asking people in poverty already to pay tithing
Mm-hmm.
and even pay more than the 10% in some places. I've heard them
Yeah.
ask for that. And it just kind of breaks my heart that they would be asking that of them to someone in poverty
Yeah.
when they have $100+ billion.
Yeah.
It's just, it kind of breaks my heart.
Yeah. Really quickly, we talked about this in the first episode, but we need to talk about it here because it's direct. What do we think about the fact that when he's introduced, it's, hey, he's got a PhD and he's a scholar and a well-respected academic. And then immediately when he's asked to kind of analyze the numbers, his response is, well, I'm going to answer as an apostle, not an academic. What do we, RFM, what do you think about that? What's going on there?
Can I make a
Please.
couple comments about what we just talked about, and then I'll
Please.
definitely go to the apostle comment. What you talked about that's been happening since you were alive is what's happening since I was a member, which is the ward membership clerk counts every person who's at sacrament meeting every week, and those numbers go up to Salt Lake City. Those are the activity rates. Salt Lake City knows exactly how many people in the church are active because that's how they define activity. They know the numbers of the people who are showing up to church for sacrament meeting, for the worship service. We don't know those numbers. Those are the key numbers that the church does not disclose to anyone. So it's really no great surprise to me that Elder Bednar did not disclose it to this reporter.
Yeah.
Even though he knows exactly what they are. The other thing that's interesting is what you had mentioned, John, about Daniel chapter 2 and the stone cut out of the mountain rolling forth without hands, the church growth being a sign of its truth. And I lived through that when that was taught, when the church was growing gangbusters. Hey, this is a sign that this is God's church. See Daniel 2. But really, there's nothing about growth that means that something is true, because then we're committing a logical fallacy, really the bandwagon fallacy, really. The more people that believe something, the more likely it is to be true. And yet what's interesting to me about Elder Bednar's response is that he is giving this response against the template that he grew up with as well, which is that the church's growth shows it's true. And therefore, he's going to answer the question in such a way as to not reveal the fact the church is not growing. And certainly not growing like it used to. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So apostle, this is so funny.
Can I just add one last thing? For those who don't know, we talked about this last episode. The Mormon Church continues to claim 17 million worldwide members, and the actual activity rate based on multiple inside sources is likely a third of that. So we're talking 3 million. And so for those who just don't know, the church boasts 17, it's more likely 3 to 4. COVID in and of itself, from my inside sources, took somewhere between 5 to 10, let's just say 5 percentage points off the active membership of the rolls. And before COVID, it was bad. So when the church says 17 million, it's deceiving people. It's more 3 to 4 million. Okay, RFM, keep going.
Right. And of course, why is it you need to have inside sources and people who are calculating things and trying to figure it out by roundabout means? It's because the church doesn't tell the numbers that the church has in
Yeah.
its possession about how many people are showing up to church.
Yeah. And they could.
Yeah. So he gets this question. He says, well, I'm going to answer that. I'm not going to answer that as a statistician or an academic. I'm going to answer that as an apostle, which is really, really strange because as a statistician, I know the answer, but as an apostle, I cannot know the answer.
Yeah.
I can fudge about the answer. And I'm
mean,
not going to
think
use
about-
the L
think
word,
about
but yeah.
with COVID, what's the most important Mormon response about COVID and the Mormon prophet? Anybody want to remind us when COVID happened and we have a Mormon prophet with his career background? What did every Mormon leader and Mormon want to say about that?
Well, that's funny because he, like a couple questions after this one, he's going to give the example of President Nelson using his medical degree
Being a heart
to
surgeon.
receive prophecy or what revelation regarding the pandemic. And then he realizes what he's doing with President Nelson and what he had just said about talking as an apostle. And he said, well, on this case, I'm going to be talking about Russell M. Nelson this way, but it's not always that way.
Yeah.
It gets complicated.
Yeah. Okay, RFM, keep going. Sorry, we
I
interrupted.
love Gerardo's insights. He
Yeah.
sees so many things that I don't see in what's going on.
He does. He does.
This whole ridiculous thing about I'm going to answer you as an apostle so I can deceive you.
Yeah, what is that? That's what I felt too. I'm like, oh wait, so when you're an apostle is when you lie? Well, like when you're just deceiving everyone? Like I don't. That was weird to me too.
Or like it's not a part of being a church leader is using your best talents in the service of your calling.
No, but he's lying because he's
Yeah.
saying we don't know the numbers and there's no way for us to know.
And they
we know they
do.
know.
We
Yeah.
totally, yeah.
Yeah.
RFM, we keep interrupting you,
Sorry.
but
No, it's great. This is a discussion, I think. It's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
But this is something I've noted for quite a while about leaders in the church, because in reality, they wear two primary hats. The first hat they wear is as a leader of a worldwide multi-billion-dollar corporation. And the other major hat they wear is as they're apostles of Jesus Christ. And as strange and disparate as those two hats may seem to the outside world, members of the church we understand those go together like Rama Lama Lama, Kadingity Dinkadon. So they've got the hat of the apostle, they got the hat of the CEO, if I can put it, or board of directors, right, of this organization. And what I have noticed is that over time, what they do is when it helps them to be an apostle, they're an apostle. And when it helps them to be an organization leader, then they're an organization business leader. And I've noticed this before. So let me give you this example so you can see how Elder Oaks did the opposite of what it is that Elder Bednar just did. What Elder Bednar just did was, okay, to answer this question, it's more helpful for me to be an apostle and put that hat on than for me to be the business leader and answer with that hat on, because a business leader knows what the answer is, but the apostle doesn't. Back in 1985, we all remember the whole Mark Hoffman tragedy, horrible thing that happened. But the church, through Elder Oaks, is trying to answer the question. You may remember when he gave that address to try and explain about, why it is that a salamander is actually the same thing as saying the angel Moroni. That one went over big. But in part, he was also answering the question because it came up, believe it or not, how is it that you as apostles of Jesus Christ, who are sustained as prophets, seers, and revelators, who are alleged to have the gift of discernment, got taken in by a fraudster and spent thousands of dollars to buy documents that ended up being found to be fraud? So in addressing that question, Elder Oaks realizes it's not going to be helpful for me to have my apostle hat on in answering that question, because an apostle would not be deceived. So he's going to answer it as a business leader, which is what he does. He says, well, we have found out that, we meet hundreds and thousands of people every year that we've never met before. So what we have decided is that we default to trust because we're such good people. And we're going to trust everyone who comes to us and everything they say, apparently, until we find out there's a reason to not trust them. Now, that's really not a great business model, even for a member of a board of directors of a company, but at least it gets him off the hook because he doesn't have power of discernment as a business leader. And what I see is Elder Bednar doing the exact opposite. In this case, with this question, it doesn't help him to be the business leader. It helps him to be the apostle. And the thing that blows my mind is he actually said that part out loud.
But he's not even being a good apostle, because isn't a shepherd supposed to know his sheep?
Well, yeah, I suppose so, but he doesn't know the numbers.
So
Yeah.
then he doesn't know his sheep.
Yeah. But he does. That's the thing he does. He knows the numbers. One final, that was brilliant, RFM and Gerardo and Jenn. One thing I'll just add is, if your occupation, if a Mormon apostle's occupation had nothing to do with their calling as a prophet, seer, and revelator, I think what we would get would be a random distribution of occupations amongst the top 15 in the church leadership. We'd have a farmer in there. We'd have a school teacher. You know, we would have a social worker, a psychologist, a lawyer, a doctor, a dentist. You know what I mean?
They did before the internet.
They did?
Mhm.
Okay. I don't know if they did, but we all know what they have now, right? What do they have now? Who wants to say? Yeah, RFM.
I couldn't be happier about this development, by the way.
Tell us.
Lawyers.
Lawyers, that's a major group,
It's
right?
the most important group, actually.
Well, and why do they have lawyers, RFM, if you had to theorize?
Oh, because they're the smartest people on the planet, obviously. No, I think the reason they have lawyers in there is because the church benefits from having lawyers, certainly having a legal team, a legal company, but also lawyers involved, because lawyers sometimes have a deserved reputation for couching the way they say things in the way that's most favorable to their client, even if it sometimes has little contact with the truth.
Your case accepted, right? You being the exception to that rule.
Well, actually, yeah. And I'm not the only one, but like I say, 95% of lawyers give the rest of us a bad name.
Yeah. It's lawyers and businessmen, right? And occasionally a church indoctrinating kind of educator, right? Like a lifelong church, like Packer or Bednar, or, well, I guess Bednar, when he was BYU Idaho president, or Holland,
Mhm.
you know, a former president of BYU who was in CES, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But has there ever been a police officer in our lives, a firefighter, a nurse, a school teacher,
A historian,
a historian, a psychologist, right?
Mm.
a theologian.
A theologian, right? Have any of those people ever been chosen to lead the church as a prophet, seer, and revelator? Ever?
No.
No, I understand Brigham Young was a glazier.
All right. Well, now we're down to two slides down. This is so great, though. I think we're really covering important things.
Yeah, I do too.
I think this is a really important episode, and if I do say so myself. Okay, so the next set of questions are around Africa and the United States. So, let's hear what he has to say about Africa, and again, more growth.
This is the follow-up
Good to know.
question.
Where in the world is the church growing? You had mentioned Africa as one of the major places where you're seeing growth. What is the status of the growth in the United States kind of in comparison worldwide? You basically said America is
Sure.
growing not as quickly, but how can you account for some of this in some ways? And how can you account for what are some of the reasons that, say, Africa is growing so much now?
Africa has been influenced in many parts of the continent through early Christian missionaries. When you go to visit with a congregation there and you recite a verse from the Bible, everyone in the congregation, without looking at a text, can recite it with you. There's a very strong Christian tradition. So the message of the restoration of the primitive church strikes a resonant chord with these people. They come, they see our congregations, they participate, and they desire to join.
Okay, really quickly, I'm going to pause that because I want to hit these things as they come up. So is that why Africans are joining the church in mass? Because Christian missionaries came to Africa long ago and they recognized Christ's original church in the Mormon message?
I agree with the first part. I was talking to my husband who served in Germany, his mission, and he interacted with a lot of people from Africa. And his experience was that people from Africa were really easy to preach to, but it would be very hard for them to commit to attend church, but really easy to commit to get baptized. So he said, like, if we would come and say, "Do you want to get baptized?" "Oh, yes, for sure." And if another church comes and says to the same person, "Do you want to get baptized?" "Oh, yeah, for sure." And they'll get baptized as many times as they can or they want with like different churches. Like they might have an understanding of the Bible, but the type of church that Mormonism is, of like this is the one true church, most Africans would be really hard for them to have that or understand that, or even accept that even after getting baptized in the church.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure that's true, Gerardo, but there's two things I kind of want to get at here. One is Africa alone in being colonized by Christian missionaries?
No.
Like that's all of Latin America.
Right.
That's all of the Philippines, right? That's like half of the developed world, like not Asia, maybe not some parts of Asia. But I mean, what?
I'm like, here?
Yeah. I mean, so like, why would that be the reason why Africans are converting? But go ahead, Gerardo.
Well, my point was saying that about the culture in Africa and Christianism is a little different than Latin America, which can be an explanation to why Africa is growing so fast. In Latin America, while there's like a lot of like Catholicism, and people already know about Christianity, they're a lot more resistant to accept a new message that it doesn't come from the Catholic Church. But in Africa, people seem to be a lot more open to like whatever message comes, and they'll accept it no matter which one comes first, and they'll accept the next one that comes and the next one that comes, and they're just really open to whatever they get.
I mean, yeah, but I think there's a couple darker or more nefarious or problematic things going on here. Let me just float two possible ideas, and I want to hear your reviews. Number one is, how many of you have close family members who served missions in Africa prior to, let's just say, 10 years ago?
Oh, no.
I'm going to say there's almost none, right? Why? Why was the church not heavily investing its missionary work in Africa? It could have. We all have family members and friends who served in the British Isles, who served in Western Europe, who served in Japan, who served in Latin America and in the United States. Why was the church not, let's just guess, why was the church not heavily investing in missions in Africa in the 60s and in the 70s and then the 80s and even in the 90s? They could have opened a gazillion missions in Africa. Why weren't they?
It's not a good investment.
What do you mean, what do you mean, RFM?
Well, the money they're putting in is not going to be equaled to the money coming out.
That's one
Race and the
reason.
priesthood?
Yeah. What do you mean, Jen?
They wouldn't have been able to have the priesthood after
Yeah. I mean,
converting them, right?
Mormonism is one of the most racist churches of the 20th century because it excluded Black people from full fellowship up until the late 70s. And then even after that, there was still residual racism to the point where they were the lowest priority for us. We would have preferred to go to India or China, communist countries, probably before Russia, before going to Africa. So that's a part of it, is our racist past that he's not addressing here, but also it's unplowed land. One of the reasons why Africa is booming is because it's not like Mexico. What's Mexico like with the missionaries these days, Gerardo? I mean, when Mormon missionaries show up to a pueblo in Mexico, I said like, whoa, who are these people? What's it like?
I think it's different in every part, but what
I'm just saying that like Latin America is the missionaries over and over again going to all these towns, a gazillion, like Chile alone has what, 10 missions in just one country?
Oh, right. Like most people recognize who the missionaries are now.
It's plowed territory.
Yeah.
Africa's unplowed territory because we weren't investing in it because we were super racist.
Yeah.
So that's part of why I think Africans, it's like, whoa, who are these people? But then the more darker, sinister part is, and this is sensitive, but this is what I experienced in my mission. You're in a developing country. You don't have cement floors. You don't have indoor plumbing. You might not have electricity. You might not have food. And then these 6'6", blonde-haired, blue-eyed Americans show up in white shirts and ties with suits into your little pueblo or into your little village. And they've got money and good teeth and they're tall and they're educated and they show up in your town. What does that do to the mind of somebody who like literally has no shoes, no indoor plumbing, no indoor water? I mean, this is probably sensitive territory, but I think it's relevant.
Yeah.
I don't mean to like plant your answer.
It's colonizing for sure.
In what way?
I agree. Well, you're coming from a place of privilege to unprivileged people, and they're obviously gonna accept whatever you tell them, right? Not necessarily because it's true or good or it's necessarily gonna benefit them, but just because they're seeing you as like a higher authority because of your position of privilege.
Yeah, it's like, will they teach me English? That might help me get ahead. Will they give me money? That might help me feed my family. Will they potentially, can I marry one of them? Maybe that would get me to the United States. Or will they help me get a visa so that I can get out of this place and actually go get food and shelter? There's a power differential, I think, that's really significant here. Jen.
And they also, with the Pathways program and education, they also are promised that if they serve a mission, they can go to the Pathways program. They can do the online schooling through the church.
Get an education.
Yeah, get an education, which I think is huge to a lot of them.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And that's hard because what's wrong with getting an education or learning English or learning some of the church's morals and values? Like, I'm not saying people in developing countries don't benefit from joining the Mormon church. I think many do, just because they get a set of moral standards, a community, a set of beliefs, a sense of meaning and purpose, identity. So that's why it's complicated.
It is complicated too, because in a way, I think that those are all our things that we're placing onto them. Like,
it's cultural imperialism.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, they could be exactly happy and content and not needing of any of those things, and just want to live with their family the way they are and be 100% happy and content. And the church, in its station of privilege, is coming in and saying our way is better, and they don't know that. They don't know that. They're not going in, I think, for like to learn from them, to embrace their culture, to listen, to really see them, and then make a decision. How can we help? How could we help? Like, that's how I picture Christ going into their country. They're not doing that. They're just, this is the way it's going to be. Let me put that over you, and let me tell you all the good things without telling you all everything. And that's wrong. That's just, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like your native beliefs are wrong.
Yeah.
They're an abomination. The way you dress needs to change. Learn our language if you can. adopt our ways, stop drinking the drinks that are native to your culture, change your food, change your beliefs, change your spirituality.
Get rid of your plural wives.
Yeah, because we're rich and wealthy and powerful. Let's get you in here, RFM. Do you think this cultural imperialism point and this even colonialism point is important here when we talk about the growth in Africa?
Well, even when you don't call on me, I'll intrude myself one way or another.
All right.
I think that, by the way, that wasn't a joke when I said get rid of your plural wives.
Right.
Right.
This is one of the great ironies in a church riddled with ironies, is that they go to Africa where many people do have more than one wife, and it's accepted and it's legal. It's just not Mormon anymore. And so one of the conditions of being baptized is that if a man has more than one wife, he has to get rid of all of them except for the one he wants to keep.
Which is extra weird because our Doctrine and Covenants, section 132, allows for polygamy and plural marriage. Why shouldn't, in the countries where it's legal, why shouldn't they be allowed to actually obey the commandments found in Doctrine and Covenants 132?
It's part of that love-hate relationship the church has with plural marriage. They love it in the past, they hate it in the present, and they hate anyone who practices it in the present.
But they love it in the future because
Yes.
Nelson and Oakes are both going to be polygamists in heaven.
The ones in future polygamists. Good point. Dr. DeLynn.
We're
I
past
will
the
tell
future
you.
polygamists. Yeah, go ahead, Arthur.
I will tell you that I do know some people. I know people who have converted in Africa and become members of the church. They've been on the show, the Mormonism Live show. I know this wonderful woman named Susie Benson, who does incredible work over there in Africa. And they're both in the post-Mormon space, I think it's fair to say. But she certainly has a lot to do with the church over there. And she's attended church. And this is going to really be shocking to the audience, I know, is that the materials that are used by the church to teach the Africans who come to church don't mention anything about the priesthood ban. Don't mention anything about the temple ban. Don't mention anything about the problematic history that the church has had with people with dark skin, people with African blood, right? One drop of African blood, you're out of here. That's the way it used to be. It's not being taught. Now, on the one hand, I understand why they're not teaching it. But on the other hand, what they're doing is they're sowing their seed in this unplowed field that you talk about, John, is that under every seed they're planting, they're putting a time bomb. And it's just a matter of time before that goes off. And the new member, or maybe 5 years down the road, maybe 10 years down the road, God forbid, 20 or 40 years down the road, like me, right? They find out about this. They were never told. And they just absolutely get decimated and destroyed and traumatized and may or may not leave the church over it. Probably more likely to leave the church over it. Not only because this was an issue which directly impacts them, but also because they weren't told about it in the first place.
And people like that reach out to me all the time. Africans who are converted, never being told about the Black priesthood, temple, and priesthood and temple ban, and then they find out later. And that just speaks to one of the core missions of MormonStories, the Open Stories Foundation, and Mormonism Live and Radio Free Mormon: informed consent. These people are being brought into the church without giving the full history and the full problems with the church, and they're only told that later. It's kind of that milk before meat thing. All right. Well, let's go to the next part of the clip.
So there's very rapid growth. In the United States, the growth is not nearly as rapid as it is in Africa. And my observation is that over the history of the church, in different parts of the world, there are different seasons of growth. In the early days, in the 1830s, 1840s, mass migration of saints coming from Europe to the United States. We don't have as many converts in Europe today as we did then. So there's an ebb and flow and seasons in the growth all over the world.
Okay.
Gerardo, I caught you smiling there. What was funny about seasons of growth?
Well, he wants to say there are seasons, but he also wants to combine it with the migration. So he wants to say, oh, we don't have as many converts in Europe as we had then, but because they migrated, to the United States, but also growth is by seasons, different places. I don't know. It's kind of confusing, and the whole season thing is kind of more about what we were talking about, the plowing, and how like it's kind of like a pyramid scheme when like a lot of people already know about it, like it stops growing. And that's kind of what has happened in Latin America already. People know about the Mormon church, who the missionaries are, so the growth is not as fast as it used to be.
Yeah, it'd be kind of like saying Enron has seasons of growth,
Right.
or Xerox company has seasons of growth.
Right.
To invoke the metaphor of seasons implies a predictable pattern
Mhm.
of like growth and then non-growth and then growth and then non-growth. If he's at all a prophet, seer, and revelator, he of all people should know that the Mormon church is not on course for more seasons of growth
In Europe or
anywhere.
Latin America, or
I mean, other than places where the church has colonial aspirations and massive privilege advantages that they can wield using undue influence. Right. Like the church is not, Scotland is not set for a great awakening of Mormonism. Japan is not set for a great awakening of Mormonism. California is not going to have a huge growth spike in 10 years. It's just, it's deceptive to give that impression.
Right.
Isn't it?
Right.
The church is in free fall and it's hemorrhaging. And within 10 to 20 years, it's going to actually be shrinking while the world continues to grow. So it's actually going to shrink as a percentage. It already is shrinking as a percentage of the overall world population. Today, it's already doing that. So that's deceptive. RFM, are we being too hard on Bednar in that seasons of growth? What do you think about seasons of growth?
Well, it reminds me of a song that was popular when I was in high school, but it was Seasons in the Sun. But we don't have to go there.
We had joy, we had fun. We have
it.
We had
Is that Terry Jack?
in the sun, but the wine and the song, like the seasons
have all gone.
All
this is going to be
our
Bednar's new theme song.
You can't mention a song or I'm going to sing it. It's just the way this rolls.
It's okay if you call me by Gerardo's real name. Just don't call me by my real name.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't even know I forgot your real name.
That's good. That's good because I've trained you well now after that unfortunate incident a few years back, which we won't talk about. The thing that struck me here is that something's very subtle kind of going on, which is he goes from having absolutely, like, I have no idea what the numbers are when it comes to these negative, problematic migrations in the United States, right? But now, in the course of a few seconds, he sort of shifts over to really being the master of the numbers, and he knows where the growth is occurring. He knows where the growth isn't occurring. It's definitely growing in Africa. It's not growing in the United States like it is in Africa. It used to be growing in Europe in the 1830s and 40s, and then these people come over, but it's not growing there as much anymore. So in the course of a few seconds, we see a shift from his being really, really not knowledgeable about the membership and the numbers of the church. And now we're starting to see the man, the statistician behind the apostle, the man behind the curtain, who really does have a good grasp of the numbers and can tell us where these seasons are occurring and when.
You know what it reminds me of, RFM? I don't know if you remember Phil Hartman on Saturday Night Live. He used to have this character called Unfrozen Dead Caveman Lawyer. And he would always, whenever he was asked a difficult question in court, he would always say, "My uncivilized caveman brain can't comprehend these sophisticated earthly ways." You know what I'm saying? It's like he would conveniently invoke ignorance whenever he needed to.
Yes, and I think that's what we're seeing Elder Bednar do. I mean, it's what a politician does, right?
Yeah.
He talks about being an apostle versus a statistician, but overall, he's being a politician here.
Yeah. Jenn, we didn't get you in here. Anything you want to add to the seasons of growth position?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we gave you a chance.
Thanks.
All right. Let's go to the next slide where he addresses why people are leaving churches.
Just following up on that, membership and affiliation with religious organizations in general has been on the decline in the United States. Why do you think that is?
I think we live in a tumultuous world, and people are searching for answers and may not be satisfied with some of the answers that they found.
Wow. All right. That's short but sweet. Gerardo, what do you think?
Truth in that.
He actually said something true.
Yeah.
So kudos to Bednar for saying something true.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I think in his mind he's thinking about other churches, but not the Mormon church.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have the right answers.
Yeah. Or maybe if people aren't satisfied with the answers, it's on them.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Jen, people aren't satisfied with the answers?
Yeah. But I kind of agree that it sounded truthful,
Yeah.
his answer.
Yeah. We should be able to always on Mormon Stories give credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
RFM, what do you think about his answer?
He's totally thinking about every other church. That was clear to me. Okay. I don't claim to be a mind reader, but sometimes I am just the same. Oh, yes. Because we know that the church, the LDS church, is the only one that gives the answers that satisfy.
Mhm.
Every other church, you can't get no satisfaction with the answers over there. It's because not enough people know about our church. If enough people knew about the answers that our church gives, then the numbers of Christians wouldn't be going down. They'd be skyrocketing.
Yeah. I'm also going to add that when he talks about a tumultuous world, I don't want to call it virtue signaling, but what he's basically saying here is he's falling back. If the church is growing, then, the church is true and we're all amazing and you should all join. If the church is shrinking, then it's an evil, corrupt world, right? So this is kind of blame reversal where the house always wins, where either way the church wins, but it's blamed on the evil, wicked people of the world if the church isn't growing. What he's not doing, and I think this is implicit in all of your comments, he's not taking any responsibility for why the Mormon church is shrinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we all know why the Mormon church is shrinking. What would have been a fully honest answer to this question? Gerardo, I'll have you start. Jen, you think, and Gerardo and RFM too. If he were to actually say why the Mormon church is shrinking, if he was going to be fully honest, like the Mormon church taught us to be, what would be some of the things he would have said?
Well, he never accepted that the Mormon church is shrinking.
I know, but let's just say he was going to.
Right.
What would he say if he was going to be completely honest?
He would agree with the reporter. She gave him the numbers, right? Like,
but what reasons would he give?
Oh,
instead of saying it's a tumultuous world, and people aren't satisfied with the answers we're giving because they're too wicked to know the truth. What would he say?
Well, people are finding out about the real history of the church. We have the media, Hulu, Netflix, all doing, like documentaries about the Mormon church. Everyone already thinks that we are kind of culty and weird. We have these temple ceremonies that I don't really want to talk to you much about. You have to pay 10% of tithing, to this church. Stop drinking coffee. Stop drinking tea.
Which are both now found to be pretty healthy.
Right. And a lot of people are leaving traumatized by being lied to.
Yeah. Jen, you're next.
If you're a woman, you will never be enough without a man.
Mm-hmm.
Basically the internet is open and you have the ability to find anything. There's proof and they're finding it and they're knowing how wrong a lot of things are. And so they're having to go.
Yeah. It's almost like saying we can't keep the truth from the people any longer.
Yeah.
People are finding out the truth. What would you add, RFM, if he was being fully honest about why the church is shrinking?
Sorry, I would add social issues.
Okay. Yeah. I was hoping you'd go there. So such as?
Well, LGBT, the way we've treated them, the way we keep treating them. and like,
Women.
women, people of color,
Racism.
racism or past racism, the racism that still exists in the church, but we kind of want to ignore.
The scriptures that remain racist, Book of Mormon,
Yeah,
Book of Moses, Book of Abraham, super racist.
right. And not giving space for people who have doubts about the truthfulness of the church and stuff like that.
Excommunicating truth tellers when they reveal the truth.
We keep families from their own children's weddings. We could go on and on.
RFM, you want to add to the pile, or did we pretty much cover it all?
I think you've covered a lot of things. That reminds me of that movie Liar Liar with Jim Carrey, when all of a sudden he's a lawyer who has to tell the truth and what he's really thinking. Yeah, that'd be a wonderful thing to try and channel Elder Bednar, actually telling the truth and not being able to say anything but the truth in response to that question. There's so many things. It would just come out of his mouth. Well, in answer to that question, I think one of the reasons the church isn't doing so well is because we have been doing our darndest for decades to bury the negative information about the church and to keep the members from finding out about it. But dang it, 1990 or so, along comes this thing called the internet. And over time, all this information that we have been trying desperately to hide, to warn our members to not read, to label that information as anti-Mormon lies, has been disseminated, and we don't have control over the narrative anymore. More and more members are finding out about it. We actually had to go and make up gospel topic essays, if you can believe it, and put them on our website, in which we had to admit that all those things that we've been calling anti-Mormon lies for decades were really true. And we knew about it all along. And yeah, when we did that, some of our members took offense. They got upset. They thought maybe we hadn't been straight with them. They got offended. They left the church. Yeah, maybe that wasn't such a good move. Back in 2000, and I'm sorry, you could go on forever. Back in 2015, I'll go on just a little bit more. We've been spending decades and billions and millions of sacred tithing dollars trying to defeat gay marriage in every state in the union where it came up. We finally lost in the Oberfeld decision from the Supreme Court in August or September of 2015. And then we got together and we had a super secret meeting in the temple, and we said, we got to do something about this. And somebody says, well, what can we do? It's the Supreme Court, for crying out loud. And they said, well, we can't do anything about that, but what we can do is we can create a punitive policy and enforce it in the church that says that gay people in a relationship that's now legally acknowledged by the law of the land are apostates as far as God is concerned, and their children can't get baptized or any of the other things that we all know about until they're 18 and end up denouncing or renouncing their parents' lifestyle and get special permission from the first presidency. Then at 18, they can get baptized finally, whereas every other kid in the church gets baptized at the age of 8. And so we didn't want to take credit for that. We didn't want people to know we were doing it. So we had a great idea. We figured we'd sneak it into the manual under the cover of darkness. And we never anticipated that we would have a mole inside the church office building who would see this, would pick up the phone and have John DeLynn on speed dial and say, hey, did you know about this? And within 24 hours, it's getting broadcast everywhere, courtesy of John DeLynn. And now they've got egg all over their face. And we know how the story goes from there. 4 years later, they rescind that punitive, awful, horrendous, decision.
And I'll just add that was beautiful, RFM. I'll just add 2 more, and there's so many we could do. How about the endless sexual abuse scandals, pedophilia, Boy Scouts settling for $250 million in payouts to the thousands of young Mormon boys that were sexually abused, where it was covered up, hush money paid, victims just silenced while perpetrators were reassigned without getting punished. There's that whole sexual abuse thing. And let's just not forget how completely tedious, boring, and irrelevant the Mormon church has become.
Exactly what I was thinking.
to Gen Zers and millennials and young people. Forget all the lies and the abuse and the everything else. just tediously boring, monotonous, and irrelevant in the modern world.
Yeah.
Right? They're caring about how many ear piercings you have, when like the global warming, if you believe in that, gun violence, if you believe in that, racism, systemic racism, poverty, hunger, all the things that the church could be thinking about. They care about, do you drink coffee or not? How many ear piercings do you have? Did you masturbate last week? And then, let's make sure and defeat same-sex marriage, because that's the biggest threat to humanity. I mean, it's just, there's just,
Yeah. And
what if he could show some humility and some acknowledgement about how much they've screwed up
yeah.
or are tone deaf?
Yeah. And that younger generation, something that I love about them is that they speak up. Like, I don't know. I was just watching a clip the other day of a graduation speech, some woman in a graduation speech at a college, I believe it was. And she started to say something, and the younger kids started booing her. Like they're not going to take it anymore.
Yeah.
They have the internet. They know they can find it. They're not scared as much as my generation was scared to even look off LDS.org. They're starting to know. They're starting to be brave, and I'm proud of them for that.
Yeah, it just reminds me of when I was at Microsoft, and Microsoft was a monopoly. And one of the problems with the monopoly is you get lazy. And Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer got lazy in their monopoly. Bill Gates even denied that the internet was super relevant or interesting for a while because it threatened his business model. And there's just this hubris that accumulates when you've got too much money and power, where you just aren't paying attention anymore. And you're not really making the changes you need to stay relevant. And the church has been powerful and rich for way too long. And now they're being shown as, the king having no clothes, basically. All right. Let's go on to the question around his business degree, academic training, and all of that.
Okay. Many church leaders, including you, have a deep business administration backgrounds, which is unusual for faith leaders who tend elsewhere to be selected for scholarly distinction, and they seek guidance behind the scenes from those who understand and how organizations and to ensure long-term financial viability. What are some of the advantages of so much business acumen at the church's highest levels? And at least as importantly, how is it challenging in the ways that give you and your colleagues pause?
Okay, I'm going to give an answer, and I'm pretty positive you're going to want to have a follow-up question. I have tried really hard not to let my academic training influence what I do, apostle of the Lord Jesus Christ. In the Book of Mormon, there's a verse that says, "When they are learned, they think they are wise, and hearken not unto the counsel of God." So I do not take my academic background and experience and impose that on the church. I let the doctrine of Christ influence how I see things. So certainly there are practical advantages in knowing about how organizations run and budgeting and so forth. But I view that really as secondary. I try to view what we do and the mission we fulfill through the lens of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
So basically, you leave behind all of your previous experience and education to focus on.
You can't leave it behind, but we do leave our nets.
All right.
The ancient apostles, they were summoned and they left what they were doing, and they then began the work of serving the Savior. That's what we do. That's what the members of our church do. But it would not be accurate to say, well, you just leave your experience behind. Of course, we're influenced by that, but I try not to let it dominate.
Okay.
RFM, let's give you, we just got a comment from Holly saying double speak here. I wonder what she means. RFM, let's give you the first shot at responding to leaving your nets.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he is actually answering the question that she's asking.
What's she asked? What's she asked?
I'm not exactly.
Shaking his head.
It was a little bit ambiguous, but it has specifically to do with your training, your business training. There's a predominance of businessmen who are in the apostles. and asking how you balance that with being an apostle. His answer suggests to me that he's taking this in a way that maybe she didn't mean. I don't know. But I do know the way he's answering it. So let me focus on that. What he's doing is he's saying that regardless of my education, regardless of my training, regardless of my experience, all of that is going to be sublimated to the teachings of the church. That my training and experience and education is not ever used by me, speaking for Elder Bednar, of course, is never used by me to question anything that the church does or teaches, or even to allow myself to be able to think critically about any of those issues. And that critical thought, of course, being helped by, presumably, all the education and training and experience he has. But no, none of that is important. The only thing that's important is what the church teaches and what the church does. And everything else that he could bring to the table and should bring to the table, this would be a very positive model, especially if they got different people from different careers and not just businessmen and lawyers, and maybe even people with different genders. I don't know. I'll go out on a limb here. And maybe even different orientations and all together in talking about things. Maybe that would make things more fruitful, more balanced, give greater depth to their ability to think about things. But none of that is important. That's the message I'm getting from his answer. The only thing that's important is what the church teaches and what the church does, and nothing else is going to get in the way of that or even allow myself to think, is that right?
I think, to me, the most important part of her question was, why do most leaders in the church have business backgrounds as opposed to theologian backgrounds? And why is your church different in that way, where other churches would have scholarly or theologian backgrounds and then turn to other people for the financial help? And he completely ignores that first part of the question. Why is every one of the apostles businessmen or lawyers and not scholars or theologians or historians? To me, that was an important part of the question that he didn't answer. But yeah, I agree with RFM too.
Yeah. I'll just say, I this actually, now that I've watched it and thought about it, I have a pretty strong reaction to this, because what I heard him say is, we follow the teachings of Jesus first, and our professional backgrounds are secondary. But I see evidence of the opposite being true. And it's even ironic, because what was Jesus about, right? Jesus was, I think everyone will agree that if you had to highlight what Jesus was most about, and I think the Mormon church would even teach this, it's like, feed the hungry, clothe the naked, take care of the poor, heal the sick, preach love and forgiveness, that sort of thing. I mean, I think even the Mormon church would agree with that. And I think even when the church has us sing "A Poor Wayfaring Man to Grief," or teaches us, "Inasmuch as you have done this to the least of these my brethren, you've done it unto me," that's what Jesus was about, right? But what did he say about humanitarian work in this very Q&A? What did he say? He said, we're not primarily a humanitarian organization, but it's worse than that. If you look at what modern Mormon prophets, seers, and revelators have us focus on, what do they focus on? Did Jesus ever say, pay 10% of your income to the church or you won't get to go to the temple? Did Jesus ever say, do this weird, creepy Masonic endowment or you won't be able to get married in the temple and then you won't be able to become a god someday? Did Jesus ever say, don't drink coffee or tea? Did Jesus ever say, don't masturbate? Did Jesus ever say, don't be gay? Did Jesus ever say, spend all your money and lobbying efforts fighting same-sex marriage, right? Did Jesus ever say, keep meticulous statistics about all your membership and then tell everybody you don't really know what the numbers say, right? Did Jesus ever say, go do baptisms for the dead and do these creepy, weird ordinances for dead people when there's people starving right there in front of you? Did Jesus say that? Did Jesus ever say, keep non-members and non-believers out of the my holy temples? Maybe, I don't know what he said about that particularly, but like every emphasis of the modern Mormon church seems to be informed by, or did Jesus ever say, when a child gets sexually abused, silence that and then protect the abuser? No, Jesus said, anyone who hurts these little people is damned, right?
Or that dark skin is a curse, or that there was going to be a priesthood ban, or that members were going to have the priesthood and women were not. And
yeah. And so like literally almost everything that the modern Mormon church does in the modern past 150 years seems to be informed by lawyers, right? By businessmen, by accountants, by statisticians, by finance. Did Jesus ever say amass 150, 200, 300 billion dollars in wealth and then just sit on it? Like, I think Jesus said the opposite. It seems like what the church is actually governed by is finance experts, accountants, lawyers, business people, right? That's governing every aspect of the church, and they're ignoring Christ's core teaching. Now, I don't think Elder Bednar thinks of it that way, but if you look at how the church is behaving, are they really led by Christ and his teachings, or are they led by their business, lawyer, accountant, and finance backgrounds? Am I too harsh?
I agree.
Jenn?
Yeah, I agree that they're not choosing Jesus' path there. They're choosing the business path.
The lawyer path, the business path, the money path, the Wall Street investment path.
Yeah.
Right? The protect your interest path. RFM, am I being too harsh?
Now is the great day of my power.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and go to the next question, which I think was about handling the pandemic. So let's cut to that one next.
I'm going to move on to a question from a member who said that they were reporting in Salt Lake City recently, and that member's impression was that the church has handled public statements about the pandemic, particularly masking, rather differently from other faiths, and that the divide between conservative and progressive members with respect to COVID may be the inverse of many other traditions. Is there a story here, or is it overstating?
I think it's overstated. We have the president of the church, who was a world-renowned heart surgeon. He's doing the same thing. He puts his ministry first, but he brings some very relevant experience and expertise to this. And he gave guidelines.
Okay, really quickly, Gerardo, why are you laughing?
Because he's contradicting, right, what he just was saying about leaving your nets, and what he said previously about being an apostle and not a statistician. So,
Yeah.
But and he realized that when he when he started talking about Nelson being a surgeon.
Right. Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
Can I just add there? That's a great point, Gerardo, but it's also completely irrelevant because we all know that President Nelson, what he did was he encouraged 2 worldwide days of fasting and prayer at the outset of the pandemic that didn't go anywhere. And if God heard those prayers, he thought, well, screw you guys, because I'm just going to make it worse because you're pissing me off now. And it was way, way, way later, after it really became clear beyond dispute that those days of fasting and prayer were not going to be doing anything, that President Nelson used all of his medical background and training to follow the dictates that the government was imposing.
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't need any training. He was late to the table as far as I was concerned.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep the clip going.
The best answer I can give to your question, Joseph Smith in the early days of the church was asked by a legislator in Illinois, in the city of Nauvoo, and said, this is a very orderly city. and things seem to run very well. How do you do that? Because we have a very difficult time. And Joseph Smith said, we teach them correct principles and they govern themselves. They don't prescribe every jot and tittle of what you should do. Here's the principle, now you go act the way you think is most appropriate. That's what the leadership of the church has been doing. Here are the guidelines and the principles. You make your choice.
Sounds like that you're well tuned to handle a pandemic.
All right. Reactions. Who wants to go first on reactions to teaching the members correct principles and letting them govern themselves as it relates to COVID?
Weren't there some guidelines about missionaries not being? I mean, I'm not. This has nothing to do with my opinions about the vaccine, but there were guidelines very specific about missionaries not being able to go to the MTC or their missions without getting a COVID vaccine for a while. So was that teaching them correct principles that let them govern themselves? I guess if you think, well, they can choose to go on a mission or not, and the requirement is a COVID vaccine, I don't know. And so he's ignoring the question, right? Like he's ignoring what she's really asking, which is some conservative members were really upset about this types of guidelines, not just guidelines, but requirements for COVID vaccine.
Yeah. RFM, what do you want to say about teaching correct principles and letting them govern themselves?
I think that is one of the places where the theory of Mormonism is excellent, but it bears little resemblance to the reality of Mormonism. I don't really see a lot of teaching correct principles and letting the people govern themselves, or if they govern themselves differently than those principles that we taught, well, you're out. See John DeLynn. So that's one thing. The other thing is what Gerardo had just been talking about. And Gerardo, what was it you were just talking about? Give me a little help here. I'm an hour earlier than you. I got almost no sleep last night. I apologize.
You're good. The missionaries?
The
Yeah.
missionaries? Oh, and the requirements and the vaccines. Yes, you got this conservative membership out there. And they actually have two religious devotions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to say that's not the same way with liberals too, okay? Because there are. The closer you get to the fringes, the more passionate. I was going to say fanatical. Don't want to use too strong a term. But the more passionate those beliefs become, I think. And so generally the conservative membership in the church, with two devotions, one to the politics and one to the church, they find those most commonly aligned and identical. But now all of a sudden, when they have this idea that they are against the imposition of vaccines, they're against vaccines in general, and I can't speak for all of them, but I think we all know what I'm talking about, and I'm not trying to misrepresent a certain position. But they're also faithful LDS, and now the president of their church that they sustain as a prophet now comes out with a directive that in an encouragement to get the vaccines. And many of them saw that as some sort of a betrayal, that this prophet who was usually in line with them, or at least they perceived it, now it's very clear that he's not. And now the schism is created. Now that's a very, very interesting question to have asked. And I think the reporter here did not do a good job, because I know she's getting these on the fly. This is another example of these questions coming in not being prearranged, because she took this question, she asked it to Elder Bednar, and then she said, is that too strong? Is there a story here? And give him the option of, just weaseling out. No, there's no story here. When obviously there's a story there. And he knows what the story is, but he doesn't want to talk about the story. He wants to go back just to being an apostle and not being aware of what's going on in the church that he's a leader of.
Thanks, RFM.
But he knows about the masking requirements. And what's most that the church had imposed on BYU schools, on several wards and stakes around the world. I mean, my personal opinion is that kudos to the church for doing that, right? I think it saved a lot of lives and it's great. But why is he denying that the church did that? Why is he trying to give an appearance that, membership had a choice, when in reality, a lot of membership didn't have a choice? And and then there's also, well, what's really interesting to me is that Bednar was one of the, I think was the only apostle that I saw that came out in a very conservative way on a video talking against you know masks and not being able to attend church because of COVID restrictions. And he was on this live stream video in his office where he's talking about, he's saying things like, we can never let the government do this again to us, and this is just completely a violation of the First Amendment, and this is horrible, and all this stuff. So he was really, like, you can tell on what side he was on these issues. So I can kind of see why he's trying to downplay the restrictions that the church imposed in many states, wards, schools, and etc.
Yeah. I'll just say my quick memory. Well, the first thing I think is fair to say is, if you think about the Bible, what's the value of a prophet, seer, and revelator? What's the value of prophecy, seership, and revelation? Like, what's the whole value? It's that you have the power to see the future. That's what Joseph Smith told people. He can see things that other people can't see, and that's why they followed him, because he claimed to have the power to see things that other people couldn't see. And go ahead, Jen.
I was just going to say, and the other role of a prophet is to heal. So if all these people are getting COVID and they're in the hospitals, why aren't they in the hospitals healing them?
No, that's another great point. Is why didn't priesthood power make it so no Mormons or anyone willing to receive a blessing? I'm sure there's a lot of non-Mormons in Utah that would have loved to get blessings if it would have kept them from dying.
Yeah, I didn't see any PR out at the hospitals following them around, going and ministering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a great, does priesthood power exist? Does the Mormon teaching of priesthood healings actually work? But to this larger point, like this is a key opportunity for prophets, seers, and revelators to say, hey, members, we're prophets, seers, and revelators. And guess what? A really bad pandemic is about to come. So everyone get your masks now. Everyone stay home now. Let's cancel
the missionary program.
Let's cancel the missionary program now before what's the CDC guy, before Fauci ever appeared on anyone's consciousness. Let's stop the temples. Let's stop the missionary program. Let's stop church meetings. Let's all get masks. Let's spend a couple billion developing a vaccine, because we know that a really bad pandemic is coming. Maybe that's unrealistic, but like, what does it mean to be a prophet, seer, and revelator if you literally can't see the future, right? But then
I think the Elder Nelson came out and said the next general conference after the pandemic, saying, little did I know that this was going to happen.
Yeah, so are you a prophet, seer, and revelator to begin with? But then let's just say, okay, that's an unfair, unrealistic expectation. Well, then you'd say, then at least you'd be a shining example on the hill of the best practices of dealing with a state that you literally control. I mean, the Mormon Church literally controls Utah. 80% of the state legislature, the governor, all the major offices are held by Mormons, except in Salt Lake County, maybe Park City. Like, you would think Utah would be the shining example on a hill and the Mormon Church of how to minimize illness and death. But was it? Like, do you remember those pictures of Mormon missionaries just as the pandemic was really starting to ramp up? All those photos of Mormon missionaries showing up at people's doors without masks, continuing to preach the gospel after everyone had been told to stay home and wear masks. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I remember that. Do you remember hearing about old people dying from going to the temples without masks, and literally dying from exposure of doing temple work while the pandemic was raging?
Whole missions got COVID, like entire missions and stuff.
Yeah. And the missionaries were then running around infecting people by knocking on their doors. Not to mention the cluster F of all the wards and branches, it being left up. How long did it take the church to move to Zoom church? Right? It seemed like it took a while.
Yeah.
And then even then there was like some attending and some not. And then in the churches, some were wearing masks and some weren't. And this became a major source of people leaving Mormonism
Yeah.
over the past 2 years, was like battles within Mormon wards across Utah and Arizona and Idaho, where like a stake president would say everyone needs to get the vaccine and wear masks. And then there'd be this huge revolt of like COVID maskers or anti-COVID vaccine people. And I talked to somebody in the Boise stake where a stake president made the rule that everybody needs to wear a mask, and he had to take the rule away
Yeah.
because so many members revolted and said, we're not wearing masks to church. It's the sign of the beast or of 666 or the coming of Satan or whatever it was. And I'm not even coming down on the side of vaccines versus not or masks versus not, although I am pro-vaccine and I'm pro-mask, or I was until the pandemic subsided. But the point is, like, wasn't the church's handling of COVID kind of a cluster F? Or am I being to the prophet's credit, we were glad when he eventually was supportive of the vaccine, because it could have been way worse.
Yeah.
But even that was that.
Well, why is he not owning it?
Yeah.
Right.
What do you mean?
Well, why is he now owning all like that they actually imposed restrictions? Why? Which I think that were good, right? Like, I think would be hard. I mean, yeah, I think most rational people would agree that like there being a requirement for masks in the MTC while there was like a current pandemic was not a bad thing, right? Like, it was probably good for missionaries to be wearing masks. But why not owning it? Why is he saying like, well, they had a choice, everyone had a choice, it didn't matter, like we showed them the correct principles and they governed themselves? But yeah, I struggle with that.
Yeah, it's a strange thing to say in the context of a pandemic, where really, if you're going to effectively deal with it, the last thing that you can do is teach correct principles and let the people govern themselves.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But I agree with Gerardo that once again, he's speaking as a politician, and he knows that there is a sizable component of his church that was against the vaccines. And so I think Gerardo's right. That's why he's not owning it, because to own it is to offend them further. So he wants to walk that line as carefully as he can down the middle, not to offend people on either side. Because this is what apostles do as well, apparently, as opposed to just speaking the truth.
Yeah. And we should tell people, we all know now, I got insider information that as much as the church is hemorrhaging from people concerned about social justice, truth claims, lying about its history, racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia, they're actually losing more people on the conservative right who are angry that the church was supportive of the vaccine and of masking. Jen?
Yeah, I think that's true. Like, even with a friend of mine who is super LDS, when she was told to get the vaccine by the prophet, that was like devastating to her, because she believes in oils and natural healing and immunity, all these things that for her,
Or conspiracy.
or
that,
for
that,
her,
that the vaccine and masking was literally conspiracy, right?
Yeah. So for her, that's kind of where she was at. And that was like devastating to her, like that the prophet would say to get vaccinated or wear a mask.
Yeah.
And but then when we were talking about this, and I was, just having a conversation with her over Messenger, I told her about the gospel topic essays in the same conversation. And I was right away unfriended because about the gospel topic essays. So it's kind of funny, like where the line is drawn,
Right.
Of listening to them or not listening to them, and how that goes about. So I don't know. It's just interesting.
Yeah. Quick shout out to Jacob Berg for the super chat. Super grateful, Jacob, and for all of you, Martine and others who have who are willing to support us. So I guess in summary, it's a bug, not a feature, that they let the members govern themselves, but it's also almost gaslighting for him to act like they did let the members govern themselves when they really had a lot of instances where they didn't. Is that a
Yeah.
summary of what we're saying?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we all remember like when the missionaries were being like special jets were being chartered to evacuate missionaries
Yeah.
from various foreign countries?
Yeah.
What a disaster. I mean, that
It
was a disaster. Yeah. Yes. And he's standing up there like we handled it in an amazing way, just like Nauvoo. And by the way, if there was order in Nauvoo, RFM, do you want to tell us about the orderliness of Nauvoo? Since he wants to use Nauvoo as a shining example of order.
I think this may be an apocryphal statement attributed to Joseph Smith, but to the extent that he actually said it, it was probably gaslighting in the first instance as well.
What do you mean?
It wasn't true.
Why?
Because teaching people correct principles and letting them govern themselves sounds good, but I don't think that's what was happening in Nauvoo. Obviously, they're teaching principles, but they're also setting up a very strict kind of religious structure superimposed upon a municipality and combining church and state and largely being very structured with how people were to be living their lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like Jen's point too, by the way, about this idea about prophets, priesthood, healing people.
Right.
Because on the one hand, we're sitting here and we're going, finally, yes, President Nelson did probably the right thing. At least let's just put it in the opinion of the majority of people in the country. Okay, maybe not this conservative faction that he seems to have offended, but most people would think that was a good thing. That was the right move to make. Okay. Yeah. Vaccines and masks and wash hands and all this stuff. All right. So having said that, is that what a prophet does? Is this a prophetic response? Simply to go along with government mandates. It's not like he got this from God. No, he got this from Washington, D.C. Is where he got that from. And from Salt Lake City, i.e. the capital, and the mandates that were being put in place. And he said, well, yeah, you should follow the mandates that have been put in place by the government.
He eventually said that.
Eventually, it did, like I said, it did take a long time for him to get around to it. And that's after I think he figured out that the days of thunder were not going to have the desired effect.
Yeah.
So, but this is the idea. The two hats, there's two different hats in so many different areas. And here's his hat as a medical professional, which we look at and say, finally, good, you made the right call, even though you offended these people. It's a good thing you said this. But this is not the theory of Mormonism. This is the reality of Mormonism. But the theory of Mormonism, as Jenn said, is we'll heal you. We have the priesthood. We can heal the members. We can pray the phrase that comes to my mind is gay away, but we can pray the pandemic away, right?
Yeah.
God will hear our prayers. I'm the prophet telling you. And by the way, I want to give him some credit here because actually that was the first prophetic thing I've seen a president of the church do in, I don't know, forever. Is to come out and say, we're going to have a day of fasting and prayer. And we are going to plead with the Lord to turn away the effects of the pandemic. I was impressed. It showed faith on his part. Faith in God, faith in prayer, faith in fasting. And then they had the day of prayer. It spiked. The COVID rate spiked up, right? Okay, bad sign. Obviously, somebody out there was, sneaking some Oreos from the pantry when they were supposed to be fasting. So we do a second one. And I thought, wow, he's going to do it again. He's doubling down. I'm liking this. He's going all in on the prayer and fasting. And then that didn't work. And I'm just sitting there, is he going to do a third one? I mean,
third time's the charm.
That was it. The third time was the charm. He didn't go there. And that's when, and it's interesting to watch, just psychologically, this is where his faith fails him. And he's learning in real time that God is not responding to the prayers and fasts of his saints. And I don't know what's going on internally, but I'm betting there's an impact that doesn't go without some kind of reflection on his part.
Yeah.
And then it takes him a while finally to go, okay, well, go ahead and get the shot.
Yeah. it's the failure of magical thinking. And Jen, you said this in a recent episode, when we were talking a little bit about gun violence. You basically said that the days of like, we'll pray for you
Yeah.
are kind of over.
Yeah.
Like Christians need to effing stop thinking that prayer fixes anything. You can pray, believe that prayer fixes,
Mhm.
but to say publicly, 20 kids were shot in a school. Oh, we have more mass shootings than days in a year.
Mm.
Oh, let's pray. Like, there's a massive pandemic. People are dying. Let's pray.
Yeah.
Are we kind of hopefully going to get past that age?
Yeah. We need to. We need to get past that age, and we need to use some critical thinking, and we need to come together on these kind of things that are hurting our country and hurting our children. And we need to come together, and we need to make things happen.
Yeah.
Instead of pray. Still pray. Whatever prayer is to you, I do it. I love that about you. But there also needs to be action coming together to make powerful changes.
Yeah. It's not that we're anti-prayer, but there's a negative side to urging prayer as the primary response to a tragedy. It makes people feel like they're actually doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate the talk that if you're going to put everybody in two sides, that we can't come together on some things. And I believe that we can. Glennon Doyle had a podcast about this the other day, and polling both sides, there's major things that we can come together on that we already agree upon. And so to move forward, at least in those things, I think we should work on that instead of, and pray.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and pray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess if we're going to be fair to the church, I think at some point the church did
The right thing.
spend some of it. Well, the right thing, but also I think they did spend some money and send some supplies, COVID supplies somewhere, masks or,
They
know,
sent- yeah.
go ahead.
I think they sent vaccines too.
Yeah.
Or help with paying vaccines for other countries. But
And that's great.
Yeah.
And that's great. And then the only question there is, but if they're sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars, did they do enough?
that's what
Like-
we're gonna address.
that's
Yeah.
what we're going to address.
They're saving it for the monkeypox.
All right. Thanks, RFM. All
And
right.
as to Jen's point about prayer, I agree with her about prayer. I will say that as between prayer, helping dealing with problems, and the government dealing with problems, prayer has the benefit of at least not making things worse.
Yeah. And governments can make things worse sometimes, for sure. All right. Now we move to red meat for many of our listeners. As many of you know, lately on Hulu, Under the Banner of Heaven has been, it's a book by John Krakauer about Mormon fundamentalism and violence and polygamy. And there's been this 7-part series on Hulu that's wrapping up this week, I think. And it's been talked a lot about in the post-Mormon circles. And then I don't know how much Orthodox Mormons have watched it, but certainly the church PR has been out in full force trying to condemn and dismiss and downplay any relevance of the book and the series to actual lived Mormonism. And so it's fun. It was fun to see the reporter ask his reaction to the movie and the book.
Mm-hmm.
Should we hear about that conversation? Let's hear.
In 2003, the church denounced the book Under the Banner of Heaven by John Krakauer, calling Krakauer a storyteller who cuts corners to make the story sound good. Now Krakauer's book has been adapted for TV and is streaming on Hulu. What does the church think of the Hulu adaptation? And more generally, how do you feel about the depictions of the faith in media and culture? For example, the musical, The Book of Mormon, the TV series, Big Love, and the reality show, Sister Wives. How is this affecting the church?
Okay. I'll pose a rhetorical question first. Given all the stuff that I just described, who has time to watch programs on TV?
Fair enough.
All right, I'm going to pause. Any quick reaction to that?
Well, the majority of the question was not have you seen them, is like how is the church reacting, what does the church think, and how is it affecting your membership. It didn't have anything to do with like have you seen it, Elder Bednar.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd say the same as Gerardo. I just hate when they do this. It reminds me of thought stopping. Like that's what they're doing. So I hate when they're, let me ask you a question. Like I'm done with, let me ask you a question. No, just answer the question.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of really into politics for a while, and there's this saying: never answer the question asked, answer the question you wish had been asked.
Mhm.
And that's something you'll see on Meet the Press and this week with George Stephanopoulos, pretty much every week. RFM, what's your reaction to who has time to watch this nonsense?
I think that was his best line of the night. He had a clever line, a clever comeback, which allowed him to slip past the actual question. And frankly, when he started saying, in response to that, I want to ask you a rhetorical question, I thought he was going to say, there are no gay members of the church.
What do you mean?
Because
Or
that's
there are no homosexual members of the church. I'm sorry, that's what I expected him to say, right, Gerardo?
yeah, like that's exactly what he does on that occasion. He says, let me rephrase the question.
Right. Okay.
And then
Okay.
he says, there's no
Okay,
homosexual
yeah,
members of the church.
Yeah, we showed that clip last week.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep going, RFM. Anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay. Yeah, I just think it's a little smug. Like the fact that they'll, it's such a common Mormon technique to smear the critic. Like John Krakauer, he's maybe controversial, but he's a respected author. And there's credibility for sure. There's credibility to both the book Under the Banner of Heaven, the legacy of violence and sexual weirdness and obedience within Mormonism. Certainly there are important, relevant themes that Under the Banner of Heaven, both in book form and in TV form, that we could all learn from, that he could acknowledge in a gracious, humble way, right? And certainly the PR machine cares about it. And you would think that the leaders would want to see it just so that they could know what other people are watching. So it comes across as smug. It comes across as dismissive. He engages in ad hominem to dismiss, the church engages in ad hominem to dismiss Krakauer. And as we know, Troy Williams and Lindsay Hansen Park and all the people that were involved in making it. But it also just appears out of touch. It's cute. It was funny. But I wish they would just listen. Like if you think about Jesus, the first thing Jesus would do to somebody in pain, to a critical issue, is he would listen, he would validate, he would acknowledge. But instead, what we're going to hear is like, I don't even have time. What's the movie called again? Like, I'm not even paying attention. And I just wish they were humble and willing to listen and more in touch.
When the show is titled after a phrase that a prophet of the church used, Under the Banner of Heaven, that's a phrase that John Taylor used when talking about polygamy.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's great input, Gerardo. Thank you.
Yeah, and Gerardo's right. I mean, the reality is he knows exactly what's going on in this show. He knows exactly what's in the book. He's not ignorant of it. This is what I believe to be something that is not correct, what he's stating. In order to give the impression, I'm too busy building this wall, right? Was that Ezra, Nehemiah, whatever it is? I think it's Nehemiah. Too busy building this wall to come down there. So I'm too busy doing all this stuff, all these projects, which apparently Elder Bednar is personally involved in. So it actually consumes all of his time, all of these projects the church is doing. Doesn't have time to even pay any attention to what's on TV. Never even heard about this. Doesn't know what's in it. And I will also say that there was a cost to his answering it that way. I was in this debate last November and with the Three Amigos. And in retrospect, there were a number of places where I had to make decisions to go this way or that way because I can't go everywhere at once. And there were a number of missed opportunities that I recognized that I missed. And I think that Elder Bednar missed an opportunity to make a meaningful comment about Under the Banner of Heaven, which obviously would have been spun his way and the church's way. And I get that, right? But he missed that opportunity because tons of people are watching it. And to say, I'm too busy to watch it, does nothing to address the issues that those people have.
Yeah. What if his response was, yeah, man, our history is complex and we've done good things, but we've also made mistakes and history is problematic. And yeah, there's a lot that I've learned from all this. And I think there's some things we can take away, ways we can do, better. Wouldn't that be a type of Christ-like response that would be impressive, right? It would be, yay, even inspiring, yay, even Christ-like.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think. Is that fair?
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. This next part is for me one of the most, I don't know, potentially problematic or explosive parts of the whole Q&A. Not to build it up too much, but let's hear how the church has been mischaracterized.
So the most honest answer is, I've read about this stuff. The Salt Lake Tribune that you've already mentioned said they had as one of their headlines, Banner, what's it called? Banner Under Heaven?
Yes.
Yeah, Banner Under
Under
Heaven.
the banner of heaven.
Fact or fiction? There's some discussion about how accurate is it, how fictional is it? So this is not new. Christ was mischaracterized. We have been mischaracterized since 1830 when the church was reestablished. That's always been the case. I don't think it will ever go away. We don't like it, but we don't spend all of our time trying to respond to it. We have a mission to fulfill, and we're moving forward to accomplish that mission.
Okay. We are.
All right.
So here's the phrase. This is by John Taylor, prophet of the church. God is greater than the United States, and when the government conflicts with heaven, we will be ranged under the banner of heaven against the government. So yeah, just it was a little hard for me to see him dismiss the title since it's like a pretty known quote by John Taylor. But maybe it's not that known. And then the other thing that I included a slide after, because the first thing that came to my mind when he said the headline, fact versus fiction under the banner of heaven, was not the Salt Lake Tribune article. In fact, I started looking for the fact versus fiction article, and it took me a while to find it. But the one I could find, and the one when you type in on Google fact versus fiction under the banner of heaven, the first thing that comes up is fair Latter-day Saints or fair Mormons articles on under the banner of heaven. So I wonder which one he was talking about. Was he confusing Salt Lake Tribune with fair Mormon?
Wow. Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
thought that was interesting.
All right. That is interesting. Did you have okay, yeah. RFM, let's get you in here.
What's going on with my picture? Can you hear me?
Oh, looks like your picture froze.
This is my ventriloquist act where I get to speak without moving my lips. If you give me a second, I'll take a drink from a glass of water too.
Okay.
Well, at least I've got a good expression on my face. I could look at that frozen image all day.
One thing you can, well, as soon as maybe in a second,
Sorry.
you can either stop your camera and start it. Try stopping and starting your camera using.
Oh no, I'm enjoying this way too much.
Okay.
So I'll do it right after I say this. All
Okay.
right. I feel like I don't know, reporting from somewhere in Ukraine, and you've got the image up there and you're hearing the reporter's voice. Okay. So here we are. No, the two main words in this were mischaracterized in Jesus for me, because now he got to immediately say that the church is being mischaracterized by the series, which all of a sudden I guess he knows a lot about, since he hasn't had time to watch it, but he knows enough to know that the church is being mischaracterized. So he has his cake of saying it's mischaracterized, and it gets to eat it too by not mentioning any of the points where he feels that the church is being mischaracterized. And the cherry on top of this Sunday is that this is what happened to Jesus too. And this is what happened to the church ever since its beginning. And, it's going to keep happening. Why? Because we're true. We're the real thing. And the persecution and mischaracterization prove it. Now I'll go and try and fix my camera.
Yeah, you can either stop and start your camera, or you can exit out of StreamYard and come back in. So try
I'll
both.
try and stop and start the camera.
Do both.
Hello, did that work?
Not yet. You'll be able to see in the lower corner. RFM, really
Okay.
quickly though, I'll just say, for me, what was most disturbing about this is who's done more misrepresenting? The critics of the church and the media over the past 200 years of the church, whatever, how many years? Who's done more misrepresenting? Critics in the media or the church itself? Who's more responsible for misrepresenting during that time? Mischaracterizing. Who's done the mischaracterizing? The church about itself or media and critics? Is that just the obvious point?
Yeah, I would say the church about itself, right? Even if we just start thinking $100 billion, I mean, the church is saying we're being mischaracterized, but that's the truth. And then they come out and say it's true and hid it, and they hide their history. And they said all the stuff on the gospel topic essays were anti-Mormon lies for decades and decades. So yeah, I would say the church, but
Yeah. You're back, RFM. Are you sitting still just to punk us? Got you. You're the best. Yeah. And wasn't it funny? He started out by saying, now to be honest, because what that signaled is his previous answer wasn't fully honest.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I think he actually said to be the most honest answer.
Right.
Didn't
So
he?
acknowledging degrees of honesty, right?
Yes.
The degrees of honest responses.
We're going to approach a little closer to honesty with this answer.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, in RFM, we know we have to lose you soon. So this is one of the most important parts that we're gonna now cover. It's the issue about the $1 billion investment at Ensign Peak and humanitarian aid. So
No, it's only millions of dollars, I understand.
I know. I've got clips of that, so we'll get to that. This is a big deal, this next part.
Getting really tight on time, so I'm going to try to run through some questions kind of in a rapid fire. With over $100 billion in funds and assets, the LDS Church has more capability than any other church in the country to help eliminate poverty. What more could the church do in terms of humanitarian efforts here?
Okay. I hope I addressed some of that in what I just said. You wanted to move quick.
Yeah.
And number two, if you take a look at the stock market, I don't think it's 100 million anymore. And I want to make one other comment about this. People want to bang on the church and say, well, you've got all that money in reserve. Yeah, and it's a good idea for other people to follow that example. We believe that there are, you can read in the Old Testament, about 7 years of famine and 7 years of plenty. It's a good idea to prepare. These undertakings that I've described are resource consuming, not resource generating. And a lot of people depend on the resource that we provide. And if things are different in the future than they are now, we think it's provident and wise to prepare to maintain that kind of support in an uncertain economic environment.
Okay,
I
great.
sounded like a business professor.
You did.
You sure did. Yeah. So, man, there's so much there. I want to just kind of go first, and I want to hear you guys, but I just want to get it out of my brain before I forget it. First of all, saying that our real estate is resource consuming and not, revenue generating. Go ahead.
I think he means the charity contributions that he described on his talk.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's talking about.
Okay. Well, Gerardo, you prepared some slides, so no.
Go.
Okay. So obviously one of the most major gaffes of this whole thing is that when he answered the question, even though she asked about billions, he responds with millions. And this is kind of a really big deal. I got this from a post on Ex-Mormon Reddit by Japanese Piano 2. But what was acknowledged there not only is that he said 100 million instead of billion, so he said M instead of B, what a sleuther uncovered was that when the church re-released the audio of his gaffe or lack of acknowledgement, where he said 100 million instead of 100 billion, the church actually edited the audio and the video in their re-release of his response. As I understand, I don't even know if there was an acknowledgement, but what we'll go ahead and do is play that now. So here's the original again. Listen for the million.
Stock market, I don't think it's 100 million anymore.
Okay, so he says 100 million, right? And then here is the church's
The stock market, I don't think it's 100 million anymore.
So here is now the church's re-release of the audio and the video from that episode.
Efforts here.
If you take a look at the stock market, I don't think it's 100 billion anymore.
And I'll just play that one more time because
Yeah, and can you play the whole video? Because they pull back away so you can't see his lips.
Wait, RFM, sorry.
That's
Say it
okay.
again. Say it
Can you
again.
just play the whole video because they
took out
do a
part of his
pullback, a big pullback shot from him when he says they change it to billion instead of million, so you can't actually see his lips.
Oh,
At least that's the version I saw
In the
highlight reel for Deseret or for the church newsroom.
All right, let me just I have to make an edit to the slide to allow that. So I'll just make that change. Now I'll relaunch it and play it again. Editing real time here, everybody.
Efforts here.
If you take a look at the stock market, I don't think it's 100 billion anymore.
Now we come back in.
Was that it?
Yeah, they do the pullback for the billion, and then they come back in.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they panned away so that you couldn't see his lips. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. By the way, what does this look like when they're changing this? Because we know he said million, now he says billion. Did they actually have to go back and have Elder Bednar re-record that line in audio so they could dub it in to the actual thing that he said live? And the first thing I thought about when I heard about this was that Elder Pullman lives.
Yeah, me too.
I thought this is something that the church would try and not do again.
Yeah.
Since 1984.
And John Larson's going to be doing an episode on this. I think you and Bill Reel have covered that in the past. For those who don't know what you're talking about, can you give a 20-second explanation of what the Ronald Pullman thing is?
October General Conference 1984, General Authority Ronald E. Pullman gave a talk that the church did not like. So they had him rewrite it, go back into the tabernacle and re-record the new and improved speech as if he were giving it in General Conference, complete with a cough track, and then broadcast that or reproduced it as if the second improved speech were the original speech that he gave.
Yeah. And this is them doing that again. But it's worse. It's worse. Somebody went back and looked at the growth of the Ensign Peak Fund since before COVID, right? And it's actually still up like 10%. So he was actually
I think the argument was that the stock market as a whole
is still up
since 2019, because the thing was the reveal of the 100 billion was in 2019,
right?
And if everyone remembers, it started going like crazy up in 2020. So, and now it has come down, but because of the growth in 2020, today the 100 billion would be greater.
That's right.
Than the 2019 reveal.
Exactly. And so it's still up. The
Right.
point is it hasn't gone lower than what it was.
Yep.
So not only is he misrepresenting and saying millions, not billions, which benefit of the doubt, maybe he just made a mistake, but also he's giving the impression that it's no longer that big when we know factually it's bigger than it was when it was revealed.
Right.
And what we're also not talking about is the fact that the church hid that it had over $100 billion in real estate, cash, stocks, bonds. It hid that from the membership until it was leaked and revealed. And again, that's just a gross, egregious amount of money for a Christian church to be sitting on when there's so much poverty and illness and nakedness and lack of clean water and violence and sickness in the world. So,
And children dying.
yeah, and children dying. And, so that goes to the second point again, which is what was the parable of the talent? Does anybody remember Jesus's parable of the talent? Can anybody remind us what that was? He says Jesus leads, right? What was the parable of the talent? Is basically Jesus saying, if you've got your coin and you bury it, you're in trouble.
Right.
But if you use it, you're blessed, right? The fact that the church is stockpiling hundreds of billions of dollars while they tell Africans to pay 10% on their measly widow's mite, it's just super hypocritical, I think.
Well, and Jesus, when the story that comes to my mind is when Jesus went to the temple and he overturned all the tables,
Right.
because they were, using money and selling and earning that at the temple,
Right.
in the
Right.
most sacred place. And so I just don't see Jesus hoarding $100 billion when there's so much need in the world.
But he says it's a virtue. He says that calamity is surely going to come. And not only is he doubling down and saying he's proud that they're hoarding, by this point, 150 billion, and that's just the stuff that we know about. This is literally $1 trillion church, or a $500 billion church. Someday it'll be $1 trillion church. Not only is he, not saying he's embarrassed, he's doubling down and saying he's proud of the way that we're hoarding money, and he's encouraging other people to do it too, which I believe in having savings, and I believe in being financially responsible. But it's interesting that that's how he's playing it. Jen?
I forgot my train of thought here, but Jesus will provide. That's what I would say to them. Jesus will provide.
Isn't that
If
what they tell
you-
the African people?
Yeah, Jesus will provide. If you
Have faith.
have faith, if you pray, and if you help those in need and you give, Jesus will provide a way. He'll provide a way for you. And if you're his church, his only true church, he won't leave you stranded. So,
Use your money for.
use your money,
Yeah.
do what I said, do what my example taught you, and I will provide for you. That's what Jesus would say.
Heal the sick, feed the hungry, clothe the naked.
Yes.
Don't hoard hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah. Leave everything, sell everything, give it away, and follow me.
I don't think we're really responding to his analogy though of the
Oh, oops.
7-year famine versus.
Oh, yeah.
But when you look at that story, it was, as I remember it, it was everyone in Egypt giving part of like their assets or whatever to save during 7 years, so that then the next 7 years they would get it back, right? So when our church membership gonna get back the $100 billion that they've contributed? So it's not a good analogy that he's using.
Interesting. RFN, any final points on this part? Gerardo, I know you've got some slides, but
Those are RFM. I did them for RFM.
oh,
so-
RFM, you want to talk about these slides real quick?
No, I do want to say that's a great point that Gerardo just brought up. Yeah, bad analogy. You never get it back.
Yeah.
Nope, it's gone. And
there's actually a prophecy by Lorenzo Snow, was it, who said
Joseph F. Smith.
that someday the church will no longer require tithing.
Right.
Is like a couple $100 billion maybe a good time to stop requiring tithing? Anyway,
yeah, go ahead, RFM.
go ahead, RFM.
And I want to comment on what Jen said, because I think what she said was extremely important and should not be passed over lightly, which is that the one true and living church of Jesus Christ upon the face of the earth demonstrates by this practice that they have no faith in God. They have no faith in Jesus Christ. The only thing they have faith in is money. That's it. Because if they did have faith in God, they would do just what Jenn said. They would spend the money and trust in God to give them more so they could continue to do good things with it. The fact they don't do that shows that their faith is not in God, their faith is in mammon. And that's always a strange statement in the New Testament, and one that's difficult to comprehend, that you need to worship God and not worship mammon. Well, this is a classic illustration and visual aid for anybody who's having trouble understanding that statement. What the LDS Church does is what worshiping mammon looks like.
Yeah. Amen. You
Yeah.
cannot serve God and mammon.
Hmm.
Jesus said that.
Plus, on the 7-year famine and 7-year whatever, and you had a clear prophecy of clear years, right, in the Bible, where like Joseph was told there's going to be 7 years of this, 7 years of that. But here we're playing like blindly and thinking that a calamity is going to come, not really knowing what calamity is going to come or when it's going to come. And well, what I already said, that members are not even going to get it back anyway.
Yeah. It's like, don't invoke real prophets who actually prophesy unless you're going to prophesy yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, RFM, we've got it. We've got some slides here. Do you want to talk to the slides a little bit?
No, I always say no and then I start talking. I'm a naysayer with exceptions. But yeah, this is a great slide that Gerardo used his skills to create. We were talking on the phone yesterday about this. And the main thing is this, is that I've been talking with the individual who spearheaded the Widow's Mite project, and hopefully we'll get a link to that in the show notes, because the Widow's Mite project is a very recent development that not only this individual, but a number of experts, both members and non-members, have gotten together and sussed out and investigated and researched the information that is available to find out the information that's not available, and to figure out what the church's finances really look like, the part that they don't want us to know, by looking at the things that we can know. And so obviously that takes a great deal of expertise, and I don't have that. So my contribution to the Widow's Mite project was to have this individual send it to me in advance for review, not to correct anything he had on there, but to make sure that it was something that somebody like a layperson like me who doesn't understand statistics, that it was simple enough for me to understand. That was my contribution to the Widow's Mite project. But what this individual told me yesterday is that we need to make it very clear that the $906 million that the church has now claimed in this latest report is given for charitable donations. It's gone up 22 times from what it's been historically since 1985, of $50 million a year. And now all of a sudden it jumps up 22 times to $906 million. That is bogus. That is not real. Well, it's real in the sense that for the very first time, they added the entire collection for fast offerings into the category of charitable contributions. And that's about $850 million a year. And everybody knows fast offerings, right? They're collected from the members in addition to tithing. They're given to the bishop, and then the bishop tries to use those to help the needs of people in his ward, usually based upon their worthiness and following the commandments. And there may be some difference in the way it's administered. It may have to go up to Salt Lake City now and then come back. I'm not sure. But basically, that's what it's for. It's for limited use for members of the church in need based upon usually worthiness. That's determined by the bishop, who gets to oversee that. The main point I'm trying to make here is that this sudden jump was a complete illusion on the part of the church, and that the $50 million of charitable giving, which is what most people would think is charitable giving to people outside the church, not based upon their faithfulness to the tenets of Mormonism, that remained the same. So if you got that graph, this is what Gerardo did with it.
Summarize. So basically, because we were debating last time whether we were going to whether we trusted the 900 million versus the 50 million, and if that jump seemed realistic, right? I tended to side with the church a little bit and say, okay, let's trust them and take them at their word. that they jumped from 50 million or 40 million to 900 million. But basically what you're saying, RFM, is that you got an insider who confirmed to you that the 50 million has not increased, that the 50 million that the church has given out in welfare has remained the same even in the year 2021. But what they've done to artificially increase the number to 906 million is now to count the fast offerings that now that the church has always, turned back to faithful members when they're in need.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And not to discount Gerardo or his reaction, because the last time was just last week. Remember, we were having this kind of argument. He's going, well, I believe these numbers. And I'm going, I'm suspicious of these numbers.
Yeah.
And I'm not believing these because because the church has taught me by sad experience that I can't trust what they say. And Gerardo, being the young, innocent,
Naive,
that he is still believing them. And, I appreciate that because it's really a good illustration with Gerardo. This is exactly the response that the church intended to evoke from the members or the people listening to them, is what Gerardo did, which is to believe them, that they actually increased their charitable donations by 20 times or 22 times over the previous year. And it didn't happen. And I envision in my mind, and I was talking to my friend about this, what does that look like in real terms? Because here you've got this group of apostles and all the other people who are involved, and they're sitting there saying, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We got $50 million a year. That's what we have been giving in charitable contributions. Now it comes out all of a sudden that we've got, more money than God sitting in this bank account in Salt Lake City and all our investments. That doesn't look good. What should we do? Well, we should increase our charitable donations, obviously, because if we don't, that's really going to look bad. So they start talking about that. And then one really smart guy in the back corner comes forward. He's wearing glasses as well, John, with thick black rims. And he says, hey, wait a second. I've got a better idea. We don't actually have to increase our charitable donations. We'll just take this whole column of fast offerings and we'll move it over here to the charitable donations column. And now it'll look like we are giving $906 million when actually we're just giving 50 million, at least as that category had been described previously and in previous reports. And everybody looks at that guy and says, you're brilliant. That's what we're doing. And by the way, you get a promotion.
but it's so I don't think these are evil men, and I think they want to do good. So it is kind of mind-boggling that they wouldn't, number one, want to use the money to help more people. And that two, they wouldn't see it as their own self-interest, because if they started some big literacy program or cleaned a bunch of water for a bunch of people or freaking developed a vaccine ahead of time so that they could save more lives, they would be heralded as a hero. As heroes, what's a better missionary effort than to really do good all around the world and make people super grateful? Even the KKK, I hear has implemented drug addiction programs as a recruiting tool. Why wouldn't the church want to use its money to buy good PR and membership and allegiance instead of fake it?
They do. They use those 50 million.
Well, you're joking, right? Because your point
50
is
million is still a lot. It's not a lot compared to what they have.
And that's what these slides are supposed to show, right?
Yeah.
Let's do that really quick.
Yeah. So RFM was came up with this idea. Let's just show the next one. Yeah. Of showing the growth of what we know about the 100 billion fund. So on the report of the Washington Post, we know that the 100 billion fund started in 2012 with 40 billion. That's as early as I could find.
Can I just say it's almost inaccurate to call it 100 billion, because I think the total funds were around 120 back then.
Yeah.
That's real estate, cash, stocks, bonds, municipalities, and all that. And that's just what we know about.
Right.
So we say 100 billion. It was really 120, but then it's grown since then because the church made a gazillion off of GameStop and Tesla and all these, so it's probably 150, and that's just the stuff that we know about. But let's just go with 100 for the sake
Yeah.
of simplicity.
Yeah, he was not gonna fit on the screen. No, I'm serious. Look at that. So
You couldn't see the blue.
Yeah.
I'm like, Gerardo, you left off the blue part in the bottom, and it's like, no, that's just how small it is.
yeah, yeah. So that's the red represents the 100 billion fund, how it's grown over time. So 2012 we had 40 billion, 2014 we have 60 billion, 2019 we have 100 billion, and I put 2021 to counteract Apostle David Bednar, that he has gone down. Well, he has not gone down, it has stayed the same at least. Anyway, so and then we have the comparison with the amount of money that the church gives out on welfare and humanitarian aid, and this is representing that little, like almost invisible line represents the 40 million.
Wait a second. You're okay. That is actually, hang on, let me put on my glasses. That's actually on there. I thought that was on the other slide.
No, it's so small, you literally can't even see it.
Yeah,
There's a, okay.
and
So
it's
that
actually a little
thing
bit
down there.
overrepresented, because if I had done it
Yeah.
right, you wouldn't be able to see it.
If you had made it 120 billion or 150 billion.
Like, yeah. Yeah.
So that not only shows how small it is, but it does also show, I think the main reason I suggested it was mainly just to show that charitable donations, as previously defined, have remained constant in spite of the increase in the value of the church holdings. So we would expect, I would expect, that the more money you make, the more charitable donations you're going to give. I don't know why I would think that. Maybe because I was a Mormon for 40 years and still am. And the idea is the more money I make, the more tithing I pay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a direct connection between the money you make and the money you pay, the money you give out for good things and to help people out. But what has happened with the church is that once again, it's do as I say, not do as I do. And the value of the church is going up almost exponentially over time. And the amount of charitable donations has remained constant at a rate that is almost impossible to see. It's so small in comparison.
Yeah, if you go to the previous slide, you can see, so the previous slide represents 40 million for 2019. And then on 2021, I put the 900 million, just so you can see 900 million versus 100 billion. What that?
So I can see the false
Yeah, you can see
charitable
the false on
donations
this one.
amount.
Mhm.
It's the actual charitable donations amount that is so small I can't see it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
There's one question here from Kevin M. He asks, isn't Ensign Peak just stocks? And the answer is no. It may be that Ensign Peak only handles the stocks, but I directly communicated with Lars Nielsen back before he decided to release his brother David Nielsen's insider data, and their overall estimation of the assets that they were tracking included real estate, cash, stocks, bonds, etc. And that's why I'm saying 120 billion at least. And that's just what Ensign Peak was tracking. And I've got all the PDFs to show all that insider data.
Yeah.
Answering that
And
question.
people are saying, like, in the comments, like, the church should at least do the 10% that it asks its members to do.
Yeah.
Myself believes that all us members give that tithe to, I think almost all of it should be used personally to do what Jesus would do. But at least that amount, that's kind of what they're stating in the comments. And, I think that's the least that they should do.
Yeah.
What I said earlier, I still stand behind. So
Yeah. It's just when he says we follow Christ, we put our past behind us. We're not businessmen. We're not bankers. We're not lawyers. We follow Christ. This is like one of the most outrageous examples of him literally not following Christ and doing literally the church doing literally opposite of what Christ taught. RFM, you are so amazing, and we've kept you past time. I just want to say, support Radio Free Mormon. Donate to Radio Free Mormon right now. Go to radiofreemormon.com or org, whatever it is. Donate to this dude. Check out Mormonism Live every Wednesdays at 6:20 Utah time, Mountain Time. RFM, you're a treasure to us all. Support Bill, Real, Mormonism Live, Radio Free Mormon. Final words, Radio Free Mormon.
Goodbye.
Oh,
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for having me on the show. I'm sorry I've got to duck out after we've only been at this for 3 hours.
Jen is sending you the
Thank you,
hearts.
Jen. Thank you so much. Everybody have a great time. Muddle on without me. I talked to Gerardo yesterday. I gave him all of my other points, which I'm sure he can mention in my absence.
Okay. We love you, RFM.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hey, brother. And viewers and listeners, please don't go away. A lot of the really good stuff we're now just about to cover. And the next part is something that Gerardo is sort of an expert on, and I know a couple things about. It's now time to see Bednar's response to the LGBT question. Should we go there next?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
You had mentioned that you're working on the federal level with LGBTQ members. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing there? And then to follow up, can you envision a day when LGBTQ church members can marry and be sealed within the church?
Okay. On the first point, we talked about how what we did in Utah in 2015 was a model, that's been extended in Arizona. That's also been taking place in Georgia. So that learning, the things that we've experienced in those and things that we've learned are setting the stage to try to take that forward to the federal level.
Okay. And also, can you follow up on the question that I had regarding whether you'll ever envision LGBTQ church members being able to marry and be sealed within the church?
We believe that marriage between a man and a woman is ordained of God, and that the family is central to the Father's plan for the eternal destiny and happiness of his.
Okay.
All right, Gerardo, LGBT stuff. We talked about this last time.
Yeah, I think that was a good question by the reporter, saying like, because in his speech he talked about doing a lot on the federal level to help advance LGBT rights. So the reporter asked him, okay, what are you doing at the federal level? And so he answered correctly. He said, what we did in Utah, we're doing it, trying to do it in Arizona, and trying to do it at the federal level. So basically, if people know what the Equality Act is, the Equality Act is a bill that has been Democratic senators have been trying to pass it for a while now. I think over 5 years or more, if I believe. Basically, what it would do is put LGBT rights at the same level as race. In the same level of right, which religious exemptions don't have they have power, but they don't have as much power. So by putting anti-discrimination laws for LGBT people at the same level as race, would improve a lot of things in the country, especially because most discrimination today happening in the US against LGBT people comes from religious people. Anyway, so the church has come up with like a counter bill called the Freedom for All Act, and that's the one he's talking about, where yes, the Freedom for All Act, which the church has helped draft, basically says, yes, LGBT people, we're going to give you those rights you're looking for, but you have to give us broad exemptions to all those anti-discrimination laws. In other words, you need to allow us, churches, even on our secular endeavors like universities where we receive federal money from, the taxpayer money, we want exemptions to this anti-discrimination law. So we want to be allowed to keep discriminating. And that's what the Freedom for All Act is. And we want to keep practicing conversion therapy. If our members want to do that, we want, rights to discriminate on housing, on employment against LGBT people, even on companies that have nothing to do with the church but are owned by the church and this kind of stuff. So that's what the church is trying to look on this legislation. That's what they did in Utah. That is what they're trying to do in Arizona. And that's what they're trying to do at the federal level with the Freedom for All Act. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about. In my opinion, I don't think that's really advancing LGBT rights because of what I said already. Most discrimination is coming from religious people. And currently there's kind of like this ambiguity as to how much really religions have the right to discriminate against LGBT people, and passing a legislation like the Freedom for All Act would make it very explicit that religions have all the right to discriminate, where right now it's kind of ambiguous, and cases are being heard on this stuff. But yeah, and then he didn't respond about same-sex marriage in the church, and so the reporter asks again, and I think he cites the family proclamation and basically doesn't answer the question because we know that doctrines in the church change all the time.
How does it make you feel, Gerardo, as a gay man, as a former Mormon, to just hear him parrot that tired line that we believe marriage is between a man and a woman, now that it's legal in the entire country, and after the church spent so many decades trying to defeat it, to take the rights of marriage away from LGBT people? How does it feel in 2022 to hear him just parrot that line back?
I mean, it's hard to hear it, especially because as he's saying it, I'm remembering all the times that, Mormon leaders have said that same-sex marriage is counterfeit. They haven't only said, "Oh, this is what we believe." They've also come out against same-sex marriage and talked against it. So, yeah, it's hard, but at the same time, it's like as best as he can do. At least he's not attacking same-sex marriage, right? Like they've done other times. He's saying this is what we believe. But I mean, what are you going to do? You can't change people's minds or beliefs.
Yeah. I just, again, I maybe mentioned this last time, but I hate it the way the church is like actively working to support discrimination, but then claiming that those efforts demonstrate their love for LGBT people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for sure, helping with this legislations is not because they love LGBT people. It's because they know that LGBT rights are going to be passed by the courts or legislation no matter what. So they want to be involved in it as much as they can so they can get all the exemptions that they want or they're looking for.
Yeah.
To keep discriminating.
Yeah. 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 And I just can't believe in 20, again, I don't think it's, these are guys. It's one thing if they're like corporate leaders or like, just normal citizens. These are people not only claiming to be leaders of God's one true church, they're claiming to be special witnesses of Christ. So when we voice in this series higher expectations of them, I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's unreasonable because they tell us they are special witnesses of Jesus Christ, of his one true church. So can we hold them to a higher standard? Is that fair? And
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when we do, and we say, what would a real apostle of Jesus Christ say and do if he was trying to emulate Jesus? Maybe he'd say, man, we are really embarrassed at how we've treated our LGBT brothers and sisters. We encourage celibacy, which is deadly. We've encouraged mixed orientation marriages, which has doubled the divorce rates, not to mention the horrific quality of life experiences of both the LGBT married partner and the straight spouses. And we've encouraged conversion therapy for decades and fought their legal right to get married. Man, we're really sorry. And we're learning and we're listening. Plus, the suicide rates of LGBT people in Utah are triple the national average. We've got blood on our hands. we're so humbled and sad and sorry for what we've done. And we're now listening and learning and trying to do better, trying to
Yeah.
do better.
Yeah.
But instead it's just like, hey, we're great with the gays.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we love them. We love all people, you know, and we're fighting for their rights when really they're fighting to protect their ability
right.
to discriminate at BYU. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't like, they say that they love this community, the LGBTQIA plus community. But when you love someone, you don't like, you don't have talks at BYU about muskets. You don't rope off a walkway up to the Y that was lit with just lights.
With rainbows. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they didn't do anything. It was all in love from them, you know, and love for others that they did that. There's just, you can't say you love someone and not see them. And when the church is not seeing them, and when they're not apologizing and making their membership also see them, that's not love. It's just not love. It's not unconditional love. It's not really just love. If you don't see someone and are cutting off ways for your membership to also see them. And so I don't see that as loving them.
Not to mention the church is not supportive of gender transitions, you know.
Yeah.
They're punish people for gender transitions. They're discouraging gender transitions. And there was one other thing I was going to say. What were you going to say, Gerardo?
I did want to just explore just very briefly what it would look like if LGBT rights were put at the same level as race. Like today at BYU schools, legally, the church would be liable for discriminating in the basis of race, even if they claim that's part of their religious belief. So they don't have for generally applicable laws like the discrimination against race, they don't have that right. So putting LGBT rights at the same level wouldn't really be taking away their rights. They're just granting, you know, LGBT the right to not be discriminated against. And yeah, I just wanted to say
Yeah.
that. But like you're saying, they're still doing it. Trans people, gay people, lesbian people at BYU schools, in church employment, even church employment that doesn't really have anything to do with the church, like Family Search and other companies that the church owns, that they want to keep that right to fire people if they're gay or they act gay or whatever.
And they're excommunicating same-sex married gay couples,
Right.
which we may cover a little bit in the near future.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to your point, Jen, is that love? If you get legally and lawfully married to your loving partner and commit to a lifelong relationship, the church will excommunicate you for that. And you want to say you love your LGBTQIA plus brothers and sisters?
Right.
Yeah, it's not love to me.
Well, Jen, it just so happens that the next slide is about women
Oh, Troy.
and how the church treats women.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to guess he says that we're great to our women. That's just my guess, but let's just wait and see.
You mentioned that women lead within the church in many ways. Will there ever be a female president of the Church of Latter-day Saints? Can a woman be a prophet in the lineage of Joseph Smith?
Great question. We follow the pattern of the ancient church. We believe that a man must be called of God by prophecy and by the laying on of hands, by those who are in authority to preach the gospel and administer in the ordinances thereof. The pattern anciently was that the apostles were men. That's the pattern.
All right, Jen, you get the first response to that.
I don't even know what to say anymore. Yeah, I don't know. It's his interpretation. It's religious interpretation. that it was led by men. And there's just so much there. There's so much there that I want to do actually a whole other podcast on, episode on. But yeah, basically he's right. You know, he's saying the truth there. He didn't come right out and say, no, they never will. But he's basically saying, no, they never will.
And he's saying it's what God wants.
Yeah. And he's saying that's the way it was set up, which I disagree with, even in Christ's time. But that's a whole other thing for me. But it's just, no. Basically, no. I don't know what else to say. That's just, yeah, it's their religious interpretation of what they say. Christ didn't even have a church. Anyways, I don't even know what to say.
Like he doesn't-
my words are like,
You're overwhelmed.
I'm
Yeah.
overwhelmed.
Like he doesn't even have the wisdom and the insight or the knowledge to just say, oh, maybe God wanted awful patriarchy for 6 millennia. Or maybe humankind has been horrendously patriarchal for 6 millennia and churches reflected that.
Mhm.
Like he doesn't even have the wisdom to tease out the fact that maybe if the Bible was that way,
Mhm.
it was a reflection of the flaws of mankind,
Yes.
not God's will.
And that's my whole point, is like a group of men got together
Yeah.
with all the scrolls, and they decided which ones they liked, which ones they didn't. And the ones that they didn't, they destroyed, or they buried, or they put in caves, which are later found, which are still not even talked about in modern day. So, silencing all the women,
Yeah.
you know, and moved forward from there. There's so many beautiful feminine women in history that are never talked about in religion, the religious realm, and their writings that have been founded and written into English for 70 years are still not even talked about. So there's just a whole lot of stuff there to go about. But yeah, at least he was honest talking about the church. He said it was ran by patriarchy. It's going to be, and there's no place for women in that spot.
And it's his view that God wants that.
Yeah.
There's a commenter, Honda, writes, there is a female apostle mentioned in the New Testament. Gerardo, you've got a slide in here. Do you want to talk about the slide?
Yeah.
And there was also an interesting tweet by, was it Taylor Petrie or
Taylor Petrie Facebook post. That's where I learned about this.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so he just
Who's Taylor Petrie?
he's a Mormon scholar and he's the editor of Dialogue.
Yep.
Journal of Mormon Thought.
Yeah.
But he made kind of like a funny Facebook post about Elder Bednar contradicting the Bible because there's a woman apostle mentioned in the Bible. And so I Googled it and I found that actually, that there's a significant amount of scholars who believe that Junia, who's mentioned in Romans 16:7, was indeed an apostle, considering Paul's attitudes towards apostleship and the way he's talking about her. And so, yeah, it seems like there was a women apostle mentioned in Romans.
Well, there's also in the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, in her roles that were discovered and translated that no one knows about. But she also says in her writings that the apostles said that she was an apostle and she was loved above all. So above all other apostles. So there's just so much there to unpack that he's just not, obviously is a lazy learner and has not studied that. And there's a lot that you can find and learn about. And And I don't believe it. Like, I don't believe that Christ and God and Heavenly Father would make the beautiful women or humans of all kinds, and then make them less than to another. Because he loved us less, because he, wanted us to be, quiet and submissive and like all these things. I don't know.
Or because you had the wrong anatomy.
Yeah,
Mm.
God, like God made that. Like we're not enough because we're a woman. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous to think that way. And it's man-made patriarchy and religion that decided that and moved forward with that for many, many years. So, I think we're done.
Yeah.
We're done with that. So we're gonna.
You're done with that.
I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I think there's a lot of women with me
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also there's doublespeak here because, he's quoting some article of faith that Joseph Smith wrote in something, back in the 1830s. But we also believe if you quote the same articles of faith, we believe all that God has revealed, all that he does now reveal. Does anyone want to finish? And we believe that he will yet reveal many great and important things pertaining
to the kingdom of God.
Exactly. Somebody learned their articles of faith.
Mhm.
I mean, isn't the Mormon church based on the teaching of continuing and ongoing revelation? And whether it's the temple changes,
Mhm.
whether it's the lifting of the black priesthood and temple ban, whether it's a million things that the church has changed over the years, adding Melchizedek priesthood when that was never originally part of it, changing the church's name, right? Changing the temple ceremony, like getting rid of instituting polygamy and then getting rid of it, right? There's like a gazillion things that the church has changed, and the
Yeah.
church sells.
The priesthood ban.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
church
Because
sells.
this is basically a priesthood ban for women.
Yeah, they could lift that for women.
Thank you, Gerardo.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't thought of it that way, but
yeah,
it is.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And it was doctrine before, so like
Yeah.
they changed doctrine before. They had several first presidency statements saying that the black temple and priesthood ban was doctrine. They changed that. So if modern day ongoing revelation is literally a selling point of the church, why do we have prophets, seers, and revelators if they
Mhm.
don't give us ongoing revelation?
And
For-
women anointed, they blessed. Like in
Yeah.
the past, they did all of
Mormon
these
women.
things. Yeah.
Mormon
and
women.
they took that away.
Yeah, Mormon women exercised the priesthood,
Yes.
gave healings, gave washings and anointings.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then why does he fall back to, well, that's what Jesus did, when it's not what Jesus did?
Yeah.
That's what Jesus did, so we're always going to do that. Why wouldn't you say at least just throw a bone and say, who knows what the Lord will reveal next? We're praying like, what didn't David O. McKay at one point say, I'm praying that the blacks will receive the priesthood. I just haven't gotten, I haven't gotten that revelation yet. Like, why wouldn't he do the same thing for women? Other than the fact that he just,
For the reversal of the 2015 policy, Nelson said that they were also pleading to the Lord to reverse it.
yeah. Why aren't they pleading to the Lord to give women the priesthood, Jen?
I don't know. Why aren't they doing that? Why aren't they pleading to the Lord to know Heavenly Mother for those members who are missing her and needing that connection? Why aren't they like giving their money away and just praying that it will be replaced so that they can continue God's work?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of things. Why? A lot of whys.
Jen, bringing up Mother in Heaven is so brilliant because in 2022, instead of like encouraging, it's Mormon doctrine that is at least one Heavenly Mother, if not multiple Heavenly Mothers in heaven. Jen, you bring up a great point. Why isn't the church encouraging us to develop relationships with our Heavenly Mother or mothers and to get to know her more? Why aren't they praying for revelation to reveal more about our Heavenly Mother or Heavenly Mothers so that we could have a feminine representation in our worshiping of the divine? Instead, Jen, what are they doing in 2022 as it relates to Heavenly Mother?
They say we need to stop talking about her and praying to her, and and that the prophets at this time are not doing that. They're not trying to find revelation for them for that, which is so sad. So sad to my heart for the women members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, because they need that. They need that. And if you think of the church, just think of the church for a minute, and then replace every male role with a female role. And then as a man, think of how that would feel to you. And then are you okay with that? Are you okay with living and believing and that being your deity? Does that feel good and whole and, equal to you? If it was reversed, and if it doesn't, then there's a problem. There's something that's not right there, and I would encourage you to be vocal about it and to seek out things that connect you where you feel you need to be connected. So
Beautiful. And I just have to give a shout out to Fiona Givens, who was a church employee talking about Heavenly Mother, and the church silenced her and told her to shut up about it. And then she was, removed herself from the Maxwell Institute when she felt like it was hostile. This is the state of women in Mormonism in 2022.
yeah, well, I'll tell one personal story that's super fast. Is in Relief Society on Mother's Day, I said a prayer, and I just mentioned Heavenly Mother in my prayer and thanked her for being there and, sending my love to her. And I was reprimanded for that, for even saying her name.
By a man or a woman?
By a woman, but I think in direction from a man, because it was told that I did that. And then the woman came back to me and told me that was not appropriate to do. So, I think there's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot to unpack in that one question,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Dan, our friendly believer, asks if I believe that we have a Heavenly Mother. I don't know why he's asking that, but my answer is I don't think anybody knows. But if there is divinity, it's not male or exclusively male. That's my answer to you, Dan. All right. I guess we can go on to the next point, which is about abortion. Let's see what Elder Bednar had to say about that.
Okay. As the church has done with gay marriage in the past with Proposition 8 in California, does the organization plan on intervening on a social and political issue by publicly advocating its position that abortion is a woman's choice in consultation with God and local male leaders in cases of rape or when the mother's health is at risk?
Our existing policy, you can read it online in our church handbook of instructions, is that we believe life, we affirm the sanctity of life, and also the means whereby mortal life is created. It already highlights the fact that there should be consideration given in cases of rape, incest, the health of the mother, the viability of the fetus.
All right.
All right, Gerardo, you've got feelings about this.
He's again not asking the question.
Not
answering the question, sorry.
How so? What's she asking?
She's asking, are you going to lobby, just like, probably she's thinking, just like you did with same-sex marriage, just like you've been doing for your religious exemptions for LGBT, are you going to lobby for your position on abortion, which is that women has the choice in certain circumstances? Or are you going to allow just and not say anything about states who are restricting abortion in any case, like even on the cases of incest and rape? And he doesn't answer the question. He pretty much just restates what she already said, which was the church's position. So she was really respectful, asking him about abortion, telling him what the church's position was, and just asking him, are you going to advocate for your position politically? And then he just decides to not answer the question.
Yeah. And then he just kind of restates the church's position.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what is that? Like that, the question was, are you going to lobby for it? Are you going to
Use your money and
Right,
power
right.
and influence like you did with the civil rights movement
Right.
to try and defeat it,
Mhm.
like you did with the Equal Rights Amendment to try and defeat it,
Right.
like you did with same-sex marriage to try and defeat it, like you're probably doing with trans rights, which we're going to talk about in just a second,
Right.
like you've done with, anti-discrimination. Yeah. Anyway, it's just, yeah. Yeah. He doesn't answer the question. I mean, aren't we glad that the church at least allows for abortion in the case of rape, incest, or the health of the mother? I mean, that's kind of actually positive,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Very
So
positive, I think.
it's not as bad here as it's going to be in some of the southern states,
Yeah.
but yeah. Okay. Let's go now to trans people. She asks a question about transgender people. Let's see what he has to say.
How would a trans person be treated if they had already completed their transition before exploring membership in the church?
We welcome all and strive to love them. Now, I use the word strive because we don't do that perfectly. And so people have stereotypes, they have misconceptions, they have biases, and they have prejudices. We strive to love everybody.
Gerardo, we strive to love everybody. In response to the question, can a transgender person, I guess, engage in full fellowship once they get baptized?
Well, he's not telling the full, truth, which is,
He didn't answer the question,
yeah,
right?
right,
He didn't say yes or no, right?
right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because that was the question. I missed that.
If a trans male
Yeah.
joins the church,
Hmm.
can that trans male have the priesthood,
Right.
right?
Right.
Get married in the temple.
Hmm.
Now they have, but that's when the church didn't know that the person was trans.
Right.
Because there have been transgender people get married in the temple,
Hmm.
but it's because they were they passed as cisgender, right? Or as non-transgender.
Yeah.
They made it through. But the question was, if a transgender male or female, man or woman, joins the church, could they engage in full fellowship? He didn't answer. What else are you going to say?
Well, the policy is that no, they can't enter the temple, and they have to get first presidency approval before they get baptized.
Yeah. Yeah. And the church openly discourages gender transitions, and then punishes people if they go through it.
Right.
So he's not being honest. He's not saying transgender people, we discourage transgender, we discourage gender transitions,
Hmm.
and people who engage in them are not welcome to be in full fellowship.
Yeah.
What he says is we love everyone.
Hmm.
And he acknowledges that there's bias and unfair treatment in the church, to his credit.
Yeah.
What he doesn't say is these people are not really welcome in full fellowship, which is no different than the priesthood ban on blacks,
Yeah.
or the priesthood exclusion on women. Am I wrong, Jen?
No. And the words he used was, I believe, we're striving to love
That's
them.
true. That's true.
I'm like striving to love them.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
you're Christ, right? You're standing in place of Christ. And Christ wouldn't be striving to love them. He would just love them.
Yeah.
Like there's no striving. They're just, you love them. That's the number one commandment, love God and then it's not love God and strive to love everyone else. It's love God and then love everyone. So even that striving before love is kind of makes me angry.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's this is an issue that's newer to American consciousness,
Mhm.
transgender issues. And I know there's a lot of strong feelings and misperceptions, but I'm just going to say, as someone with a psychology PhD who's studied LGBT issues, for the vast majority of transgender youth and adults who do either social transition, gender transition, or even have choose operations to do some sort of bodily gender transition. The American Medical Association, as well as the American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric Association, all are in agreement that it is a matter of health, and in many instances, a matter of life and death to undergo gender transition. So this is a medical issue. This is not just like a social fad. According to the scientists, according to the doctors, this isn't just a social fad. This is a matter of medical, and in many instances, life and death. Is that your understanding, Gerardo?
That's my understanding. Yeah, and I think a study came out just recently in May. I sent it to you about
Youth transitions.
youth
right?
transitions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has been this study followed several hundred youth who transitioned during the period of 5 years and saw their quality of lives and if there were any retransitions, like a transition back, and the results were
It's extremely rare.
yeah,
Yeah.
extremely rare.
Yeah. And by the way, like, you could go, oh, well, if it's extreme, if it happens at all, that's bad. Well, people regret having abortions. People regret having babies. People regret, having their tubes tied or getting a vasectomy. People regret boob jobs, right? But there's all sorts of things that we don't outlaw, right? Because there's a small minority who end up regretting what happens. And to your point, Jen, we should just listen to transgender individuals when they say, I experienced gender dysphoria. My gender that was assigned to me at birth is not the gender that feels right to me. I need to transition. Support me in that, and then believe me. That's what we should be doing.
Yeah.
You should just be unconditionally loving and listening and trying to see, even if you can't come to agreement with someone, you can still listen, actively listen, and try and see, try and learn, and maybe step out of your bubble that you've only been able to think within, and just learn, I guess, really just listen and see if that makes you think or question or even just be curious about learning more or understanding more. But definitely all of those things can be incorporated in still loving them.
Right.
Not striving to love them, just loving them.
Yeah.
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 I agree.
Yeah. To summarize, the Mormon Church has anti-trans policies,
Yeah.
just like they did with blacks, women, LGBT, gay and lesbian people. And that's what the honest answer would have been. Not we're striving to love them, because bigotry isn't loving.
Yeah, it's either love, like RFM, I think just said this in the comments. It's love or not love. Like
Yeah.
there's no strive.
Yeah.
Like you either love someone or you don't love them.
It's like Yoda, do or not do. There's no try.
Strive isn't a synonym of trying, and so he's basically saying we're trying to love them. That
Which is
sounds
so
awful.
sad.
That sounds awful.
That's so sad. It really is. Like we're laughing, but it's because it's so, I don't know
Yeah.
what the right word is, ludicrous. Like it's love. It's either you're loving them or you're not loving them. So love them. Choose love. Choose what God says. Choose what Jesus did.
And since Jesus is the Prince of Peace, of love, he's the ultimate example of love by their own beliefs, and they claim to be special witnesses of Christ. I don't think we're holding them to an unfair standard.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. The next topic is tithing in the poor. We've covered this a lot. Is there anything else worth covering? Let's hear.
Okay. Given the significant financial strain that tithing is for those in war or in abject poverty, is there any discussion within the church about not requiring that for people in those situations, or at least tithing only what is left after paying for housing, food, and other necessities?
President Hinckley stood at this pulpit in 2000 made reference to the law of tithing. I remember watching him teach in impoverished areas of the country and promising the people the pathway out of poverty is keeping the commandments of God, including tithing. The church doesn't need their money, but those people need the blessings that come from obeying God's commandments.
Okay.
First thing I want to do is just reference people to a video that I once did on tithing in the Understanding Mormonism channel on YouTube that aggregates all general authority statements about tithing. And they tell these horrendous stories, and they give this horrendous counsel that if a poor person has to choose between food or shoes and tithing, there are Mormon general authorities on record saying, pay your tithing before buying food, pay your tithing before buying shoes. It's an outrage. We'll include that in the show notes because that's one of the most powerful pieces of media I've ever been a part of, is just the church's history on tithing.
Yeah.
Gerardo?
I added that slide. If you can just
Yeah.
kind of like exit and put it back,
Oh,
you know,
yeah. Okay.
because it's not going to show.
Yeah.
But he gives away, I think RFM said this. He said, this is the first time I've heard a Mormon apostle say that the church doesn't need your money. Like, it's usually this a rhetoric I've heard from like leaders of the church, you know, bishops, missionaries, stake presidents, but I've never heard it from an apostle. And I think it was RFM, but who highlighted this. And so he gives it away because we have this conference address by Joseph F. Smith in 1907, which says, we expect to see the day when we will not have to ask you for $1 of donation for any purpose, except that which you volunteered to give of your own accord, because we will have tithe sufficient in the storehouse of the Lord to pay everything that is needful for the advancement of the kingdom of God. So basically, Bednar right now with this statement has fulfilled this prophecy by saying that the church does not need the members' money. So if Bednar is fulfilling Joseph F. Smith's prophecy, then we would have to go to the next step, which is that members won't need to pay tithe, shouldn't be paying tithing anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's just it feels like gaslighting and undue influence to tell super poor people who literally can't afford food, proper medical care, that they can't afford not to pay tithing.
Yeah.
Did Jesus teach that? Like, it's just so outrageous. And we in the United States don't get it because our level of wealth, even if you're middle class or lower middle class, even if you're low class in the United States, you just are outrageously more wealthy than most people in developing countries. So we just don't even get what it's like to be starving, barefoot, not have clothes, not have health care, and then to pay 10% of your income. We don't get it,
Yeah.
Yeah. I just included a link to that tithing video in the comments. Please watch that and share it liberally, and Jenn will include it in the show notes.
Mhm.
All right. So that's tithing. Then he goes on to talk about tithing administration. I think we can skip that part. He basically just talks about tithing being administered between central and local. Basically, all the local units
Yeah.
pay their money to the corporate headquarters, right?
Mhm.
And then the church does with it what it wants. And it doesn't even have to use it for the reasons the members think,
Right.
right? The church is not financially transparent. It's not accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wants to invest in real estate investments, buy businesses, lobby to take rights away from people, the church just does whatever it wants with the money.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think we can skip the next one too.
The reporters misreporting.
Mhm.
Okay. The next one we'll talk about is the use of the word Mormon. By the world and by reporters.
I've noticed that you're not using some words anymore. Mormon seems to not be mentioned as often. LDS, the acronym, I accidentally, I think, used it several times when asking you questions. But can you talk about the decision to really emphasize Church of Latter-day Saints as opposed to calling yourself Mormon or LDS Church?
I think that President Russell M. Nelson will be known forever as a man of remarkable courage to say we will no longer use a nickname pejoratively attached to our church by our enemies anymore. And we're inviting other people to call us what we are called, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We live in a world where everybody is offended about almost everything. And we don't take offense. We just ask people to respect what to us is very sacred. The name of the church was revealed. We didn't have a task force and test it with focus groups. It was revealed by the head of the church, who is Jesus Christ. And we simply are asking people to respect that and call us what we are.
Okay.
Wow, there's a few things there. I'll let you go first, Gerardo.
I think the first thing that came into my mind is when he used the word
Pejorative?
Yeah, pejorative, and that the word Mormon has pejoratively been attributed to Mormons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's a synonym for that word is
Denigrating.
Yeah, denigrating or derogatory.
Yeah, derogatory. Yeah.
So why were you embracing it for like 100+ years, to the point where you were investing millions and millions and millions of dollars in campaigning for a campaign called I'm a Mormon, and we have general conference talks, mentioning the word Mormon all over the place. The prophet Gordon B. Hinckley said that's totally fine to use that word because the word Mormon means more good. Multiple apologist organizations had the word Mormon in them,
Fair
like
Mormon.
Mormon.
Yeah.
So
Farms, Foundation of Ancient Research in Mormonism.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Mormon Studies,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
More Good was named after the meaning of Mormon.
Well,
the
they
More
were
Good Foundation.
Mormon.org, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mormon.org.
Mormon.org. Yeah.
That's
Marketing.
what they were. Yeah. They
Yeah.
marketed that way. So
Yeah.
So, yeah, kind of weird, right? That he's telling that it's the critics who've always called the Mormons.
Without acknowledging that other prophets, many prophets and revelators warmly embrace that term.
Right.
That's kind of
Yeah.
gaslighting to not acknowledge that and just call it revelation
And
now.
Yeah.
including the prophet that after Nelson said,
Mm,
oh,
Corrected
no,
him.
you're okay.
yeah.
Like, we don't need to do that. You're okay. Mormon is good. It means more good. We embrace that. We build a campaign around that. We throw it out into the world. And he kind of put him in his place a little bit. So I think this was his ego, if I can say that.
Mhm.
When he got into the prophet spot, he was like, it's my turn. And I'm going to do what I said I was going to do when I was put in my place years ago. So it feels like an ego thing to him, because even if he wanted to change things around and make it more centered around Christ, I think that is beautiful. If the church wants to do that, but making Mormon bad, like a bad thing,
Yeah.
that was
Next level.
that's the next level. That's like,
Persecution complex.
we know it's your ego speaking now.
Yeah.
We know that whole thing was your ego speaking instead of Christ speaking, the way it was formatted. So, and brought to the world that way.
It actually provides evidence that they're not led by God, because if we know that Nelson was against the term Mormon a long time ago, and we've got a speech where he's denouncing the use of the term,
In
And then
general conference.
in general conference. And then we have an actual prophet, seer, and revelator following that up, saying the term's okay. And then
Well, actually, Hinckley, because it's the next conference after Nelson, Hinckley
Mhm.
refers to Nelson.
Yeah.
He says
Yeah,
six
he put
months
him in his
ago,
place.
6
Yeah.
months ago, Elder Nelson came and said this and this, but
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then later, Hinckley or Thomas S. Monson literally spend hundreds of billions probably on the I'm a Mormon campaign.
Mhm.
And then when they die, to your point, Jen, Nelson then uses his ego to bring back the point that he believed before he was rebuked by other prophets. Literally shows he's not being led by God. He's literally being led, like you said, Jen, by his ego.
Yeah. And that's sad because, I mean, you could bring Christ back into the forefront of your religion in a beautiful way, keeping Mormon, keeping that your book is called the Book of Mormon, keeping Mormon in its good name, like keeping the Mormon name in a good name, the way it was done, and saying Mormon was only used by like people that hated the church or were against the church is just not truthful.
Mhm.
And it takes their good name. It takes that good name that was used by so many people in what they felt was, standing in Jesus's name. I don't know. It's just it seemed so much just his ego and like, I'm the prophet now and this is what I'm gonna do and I'm gonna, because this is the way it should have been done. I don't know. It's just full of ego.
Yeah.
Full.
It's also not, what we're not acknowledging here is how much money both the church
Yeah.
spent investing in all the Mormon verbiage and then having to change it and remove it, right? We talk about how much pain and suffering and poverty there is in the world. And then the church spends hundreds of millions of tithe paying dollars wasting it on investing in the word Mormon, and then wasting it and all the technical efforts to have to reverse it and change it and undo it and do away with it. That's a massive waste of investment of what they would call the widow's mite or sacred tithing dollars. The final thing I'll say is him joking about sort of what did he say? Pilot testing, market research.
Oh yeah, we don't do market research.
About the use of the word Mormon. First of all, and he talks about, we didn't market test the name of the church. Viewers and listeners need to know that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is not the original name of the church. It's like the third. It's like the name. There were two other names before. It was like the Church of Christ or the Church of the Christ of Latter-day Saints. Like Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was like the third name. So he talks about it like it's revelation from God, but it evolved the name. God didn't even get that right from the beginning. Joseph Smith didn't even get that right from the beginning. But then it's even worse because we know that the church sends out market research like 4 or 5 times a year. We're inundated with the screenshots of the surveys that the church is sending out to its members to poll what their thoughts and feelings and opinions are about everything. And we know they're doing market research on non-Mormons and how the church is viewed. And ironically, it was them getting rid of the word Mormon that was actually influenced by market research, where they found out that and I've been told this by insiders, this is where it's really dishonest. The church polled people's perceptions of Mormons in response to the Book of Mormon musical and modern internet, phenomena. And what they found is people associated bigotry, racism, sexism, homophobia, polygamy, Amish, whatever, with the term Mormon. The church found that out, negative associations with the term Mormon, because of the church's own doing, not because of enemies of the church. The church has mismanaged its public perceptions and its public image for so long that people had such negative impressions of the term Mormon that the church, through market research, decided to jettison the term and rebrand itself. So for him to claim that had nothing to do with market research, it's actually the opposite is true.
Yeah.
It was driven by market research,
Yeah.
right?
To emphasize the name again. Yeah.
Well, guess what, everyone? Guess what, Gerardo and Jenn? We've reached the end of
Yay.
the Q&A. Gerardo's like yawning. Gerardo's like looking at his phone a little bit. Like, I think we've gone too long. Did we go too long, Gerardo?
I think a little bit.
Oh
But
no,
it was good. It's been good.
For me, I don't know what it means to go too long. Like that's not even. I'm just like, oh no, we're out of slides. That's terrible. You guys are like, can we go to the bathroom now?
Yeah.
Can we have lunch now? I'm a bad boss. I'm inhumane. I need to go to the bathroom actually. Anyway, summarizing thoughts, Gerardo. We've had 700 people
Constant.
on the live stream watching this, so I think people value it.
Yeah.
RFM was
Mhm.
amazing. All right, closing thoughts, Gerardo.
I mean, apostles and church leadership are gonna do what they're gonna do, right? So and we're just gonna keep calling them out. So yeah, that's it. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and keep tuning in because more is probably gonna keep coming. our
Yeah,
way.
yeah. Jenn, before I give a final thought, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I just hope everyone enjoyed this kind of the panel form and just kind of talking about current talks and things like that. I really enjoy these podcasts. So anyways, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, in many ways, Gerardo, you're the brain behind much of what we do, and Jenn, you're the
Mhm.
heart. Although you've got a big brain too, Jenn, and Gerardo, you've got a big heart.
Mm,
But we really love your contributions, Jenn.
thank you. Yeah, Gerardo is the main man here.
He's a throbbing brain. There was
Yeah,
actually
he
a comment
is. He's
like
so
Gerardo's
awesome.
a brain, basically.
Yeah, I think I put it up there,
Was
or
that
you did.
I did too.
Yeah.
How does it
at
feel
one
to be objectified as a brain, Gerardo?
Feels good.
I guess there's worse things you could be
Yeah.
called than a big brain.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Smart.
such an honor of mine to have you all on this team, along with RFM and Brooklyn and all the other members of our team. But I'll just say a couple final things, and that's just that Mormon Church, you taught us how to be completely honest, and your PR efforts and your statements, Elder Bednar and others, they're not reaching the standard of honesty that you taught us to exhibit. But worse than that, Prophet Seers, Quorum of the first presidency, Quorum of the 12 in the Mormon Church, you claim to be special witnesses of Christ and Prophet Seers and Revelators, and your behavior does not match any of those titles. You are not acting like representatives of Jesus Christ in how you run this church, and there's no evidence that you're doing any prophesying, seeing, or revealing. Instead, you're being reactive to media pressure and pressure put on you by internet activists. And so do better. We love you, but you've got way too much money and way too much power to not do better. We believe you're sincere. We believe you're trying. Do better with your $200 billion in assets and in all the power that you have. Do better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agree.
Mm.
And then finally,
Everyone should subscribe to YouTube. We're close to 60,000 subscribers on YouTube.
yeah. So follow us on YouTube, become a subscriber, and maybe we'll reach the 60,000 threshold, which is a nice achievement. 10,000, is that at least 10,000 new subscribers in a year?
Yeah.
Imagine if that growth continued.
I think it's 10,000. I've been here 5.5 months,
Mhm.
and we hit 50,000 when I
Oh, wow.
just started. So
Oh,
it's only
good.
been like 5 months.
Yeah,
10,000
if we
more.
can increase your subscriptions and keep this rate going,
Yeah.
we'll hit 100,000, which is a real watershed moment.
And leave
Mhm.
comments so it helps
Yeah.
the video up.
So thank you for giving us super chats on YouTube. Thanks for using the stars feature on Facebook to throw us some financial support. Thanks to everyone who donates through MormonStories.org, clicking on the donate button. If you love this content, if you want to see these panel formats, we pay Gerardo, we pay Jenn, we pay Brooklyn to do the editing. I get paid. We need your financial support. So please support us through those different means, but also through subscribing on Facebook, following us on Facebook, subscribing and following us on YouTube, sharing. Please, if you liked these two things and you're able to, share them on social media. Let other people know, share it privately, and then commenting everywhere just helps with the algorithms. So that's all super useful. So thanks. And also, thank you for joining us, all of you commenters on the live stream. Like, these comments are such a rich treasure trove. I wish there was a way to just do episodes where we just had user call-ins and comments, because there's so much wisdom in the group and we just don't have time to share it all.
Yeah, for sure.
We got to figure out a way to incorporate our viewers and listeners more in creative ways, because they're so brilliant.
Yeah.
Send me your ideas.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but thanks for everyone who's joined us live. The commenting on the live stream is its own treasure trove.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us and keep it coming. And thanks for all your support. Please be good to each other. Please be kind to each other. Please love each other. And we'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care, everyone.